le micro? Pas.
Ça, alors attends. Ah, attends, peut-être qu'il y en a un qui est allumé, et toi, si tu... Là, quand tu parles, si je...
C'est allumé, là.
Vas-y, parle sur l'anglais.
Testing, testing.
Je te dis en anglais.
Testing.
Et si là, je change le canal, vas-y.
Oui, testing, testing. This is the English channel. Testing.
Ça a l'air de marcher quand même. Bon, après, je sais pas. Voilà. Ça clignote. En fait, ça clignote. Vas-y.
En fait, non.
Vas-y, coupe.
J'ai essayé. C'est toi qui m'as fait.
Oui, bah voilà, reprends-moi. Clignote, mais ça marche quand même.
Ok, testing,
C'est un
testing.
peu chiant, mais bon.
Hello, hello. Fair request. Good morning, please take your seat. Take your seat. Dear colleagues, I am delighted to welcome you once more at the 40th session of the World Heritage Summit. Thank you for your participation as the 14th ceremony yesterday evening. I hope that it got some impression of the cultural heritage of intangible India. I'm very pleased and honored to have the honor to share important international today. Here we hope any aspects of any scholarship to organizations in all the country as well as sort of works with such a functions culture moving more. It's this I find hard work and vibration to also now my pleasure is still the small and I begin to observe say but it should be done direct journey have Honorable Minister of Culture and Tourism, please attend to Secretary. Honorable Secretary of Culture, Honorable Minister, Mr. Secretary of the World Heritage. I would like to thank you, Mr. Minister, for your warm welcome. Last night, the President of the Prime Minister powered demonstrated institutions that decisions are shared the highest levels, place and onward. The announcement of 100 contributions to the World Heritage Center support capacity building efforts in Africa and small island developed states in Asia. The renewed symbol of this powerful commitment. And I would also like to thank the Prime Minister for the mighty reach during the previous presidency of the G20 when leaders gathered to the declaration focused on inclusion of access as a federal role in the post development agenda. But also in the decision and regional support that the endorsed the cash gradual package, which the culture as a driver for the inclusive and sustainable development of communities, peoples, and countries, as brilliantly illustrated for India by the Prime Minister last night. Ladies and gentlemen, today the World Heritage Convention has 195 headquarters. In a fragmented world, what else unites the world around is such a cohesive agenda. It is our honor and our responsibility. It is also a symbol of what heritage represents in a turbulent world, a unique link between peoples and cultures, one that fosters resilience, sharing and celebration, while respecting differences and preparing the future. In this World Heritage Committee, we will also have a clear view of the threat heritage faces across the world. I am thinking in particularly of natural disasters, which are becoming increasingly acute due to the harmful effect of climate disruption. The most recent studies show that the climate is changing more rapidly than ever, at more than 0.25 degrees Celsius per decade. And this is already having devastating effects on countries worldwide, city of Vigan in the Philippines. We are building the capacities of local communities so they can better address the impact of climate disruption in Antigua, Guatemala, Mozambique, which was recently devastated by tropical cyclone Gombe. And we're studying ways to mitigate bleaching a 29th following on the World Heritage List with the US National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Association. We have to keep adapting our actions to the climate emergency, which has become a priority, while also containing other threats. And once again, this year the sites on the endangered list require special attention. And I have to say it again, the listing should not be folded here, nor should it be considered sanctions or definitive. These discussions we have on the endangered list may be difficult to see, but they are necessary. We have lots of research in awareness and also led to structural scientific change. So, global police to assess risk facing certain sites and identify associated risks. And for instance, with the support of the science community, is part of that after Uganda have been removed from the list of the World Heritage in Germany. It wasn't 13 years of from extra. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, yes, it's brilliant. It affects local population, faced by housing shortages, low wages, violence, but also a one of the focus of Europe. In this context, we have to work for sustainable solutions. The court sites to treat them resistant to better manage and anticipate implications of law. In fact, the authorities, for example, in Thailand, we've also promoted food structures which set down to sustainable troubles with food. Excellent, Madame speaking.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I also wish to recall the importance of including local populations who have been underestimated for too long, yet they are essential to the protection of heritage, which is for them vital in every sense of the word. We must give greater recognition, as we do here in India, to their traditional knowledge, which over years of practice has so wonderfully adapted to heritage conservation needs. This is the message conveyed by the Naples Call, which was launched in November, in order to ensure a holistic vision of heritage with built but also intangible heritage. That is the case on the ground in all of the sites that you're familiar with. Here in India and throughout the region, this year we will be stepping up our action to build an inventory of intangible cultural heritage, and we'll be training youth to develop itineraries around and within sites, for example, at Humayun's tomb. I'd also like to mention another role of heritage, which is supporting peace and social cohesion, while also ensuring rehabilitation of cultural heritage. This is the case in Odessa, where we're supporting the rehabilitation of the Fine Arts Museum, as well as the Transfiguration Cathedral, which was damaged by an airstrike 1 year ago. In Yemen, over 500 historical buildings have been restored in Aden, Sana'a, Shibam, and Zabid. We have already trained over 6,000 young people. Unfortunately, the threats to our staff in Yemen jeopardize our capacity to act for Yemenis, as 4 people who work with UNESCO are currently held hostage, and this is unacceptable. In Iraq, in Mosul, the city of diversity, we have been working jointly to enable the city to rise from its ashes, thanks to the support of the United Arab Emirates, the European Union, and so many others here today. Elsewhere, in Cambodia, Sudan, Libya, the Heritage Emergency Fund has doubled its operations since 2021. In order to contribute to meeting the growing demands from member states, we need more than ever your voluntary contributions in order to assure effective action. Ladies and gentlemen, over the next few weeks, you will be looking at 27 new nominations. 20% of them are from Africa This is an unprecedented percentage, which is the direct fruit of our efforts and the priority we have attached to the history and heritage, which are infinitely rich, yet often little known. As part of a mentoring program over 5 years, supported by Norway, France, Japan, Saudi Arabia, and Australia, we have trained 60 African heritage experts, including a number of women. And we will continue to actively support the 11 African countries which are not yet represented on our list. I'm also delighted to see the creation of the Network of African Site Managers, as well as 2 new UNESCO chairs for heritage in Africa, in Malawi and Egypt, which brings the number of chairs on this topic to 4. Ladies and gentlemen, your decisions can draw on independent scientific expertise, firmly framed by the principles and criteria of your World Heritage Convention. And I'm sure that you will be able to use the expert recommendations to guide you in your sovereign decisions and consensus building. Here, I wish to recall the active readiness of the Secretariat to support you throughout this process. In particular, I wish to thank the delegations who've worked closely with the Secretariat in the spirit of consensus on texts relating to the Near East, despite the particularly challenging circumstances. I also wish to thank all of the other delegations who, in other sensitive situations, have been
Madam Vice General, Secretary General, Chairperson of World Heritage Committee, Vishal Mehta, Secretary, Culture, Government of India, ladies and gentlemen, I once again welcome you all. And at the outset, I would like to thank Madam Director General and the UNESCO Office for giving this opportunity to host the World Heritage Committee meeting for the first time in India. India's association to the World Heritage Convention before that to its early days. We ratified the convention in 1977, and since then have been unwavering in our commitment to its principles. Our extensive World Heritage list of 42 properties includes some of the most iconic cultural and natural sites globally, such as the Taj Mahal, the Sun Temple of Konark, and the Kaziranga National Park. Furthermore, we update our tentative list each year to ensure it captures the entire cultural spectrum of India. India has been an active member of the World Heritage Committee, having served for 4 terms so far. Our regular participation in the committees is a mark of our dedication to advocating the Convention's principles and contributing to the global heritage conservation efforts. We have consistently advocated for the core values of the Convention, such as international cooperation, capacity building, and conservation and effective management of heritage sites. Our commitment extends beyond borders, which is reflected through various conservation and capacity building initiatives we undertake with our neighboring countries. In the coming years, India will make further contributions to the priority areas of the World Heritage Convention and will work towards achieving a representative, balanced, and credible. We look forward to collaborating with the African nations and LDCs and SIDC players and also building capacities of youth and young professionals through targeted and tailored initiatives. By offering workshops, seminars, and heritage expeditions in cultural and natural conservation. We will put in our best efforts to ensure that we are well equipped to address the challenges facing World Heritage Sites today. In addition to adhering to the international framework of World Heritage, our national and regional regulations significantly enhance the effective management of our heritage assets. Programs like Adopt a Heritage and Pilgrimage Rejuvenation and Spiritual Augmentation Drive and the National Culture Fund ensure that our World Heritage Sites are maintained as attractive tourist destinations through active community participation. With these words, I once again welcome and thank Honorable DG, Madame Audrey Azule, and you all to this wonderful country. And I wish my very best to all of you for this meeting. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Excellency, for this very enlightening message that you have been to us. My colleagues, I'd like once again to thank the speakers, and I will now suspend the session for 2 minutes to allow them to it is at least that's the same. Just session was suspended. Just check water, check water, current test water, check water, testing water, current testing water, testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, current testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, testing, SL water, 5, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, hello, 4 testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, test my is clear, hello, check 1, 2, 3, 4 testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, floor testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, hello, floor testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, hello, testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, floor testing 1, 2, 3, hello, floor testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, hello, testing, floor testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, floor testing audio, check floor testing, hello, microphone testing audio, floor testing audio, check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, floor testing, check, check, check this, check 1, T, hello, test 1, T, testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, hello, check, microphone, testing 1, 2, floor testing 1, 2, from testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, floor testing, check 1, 2, check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, floor testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, floor testing, check 1, 2, microphone, test 20, check, check 1, 2, testing 1, 2, 3, check this, test 1, 3, check this, check, check, flow testing audio, check 1, 2, check this, check, check this 1, 2, register, check, check, so sorry, I adjusted the focus. Sorry, we try to do our best. We're very sorry. Uh, please speaking in this channel, yes.
This is the English channel. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Can you hear us on the English channel? This is the interpreters in the English booth speaking on the English channel. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3.
Right now, the sound is better. Can we get the Spanish channel, please? Can hear you. It's very good. Thank you very much. The interpreters are prepared for the sound. Wait, wait.
We hear the sound is still very low. This is a message from the interpreters, and we're not able to increase the sound level on our consoles.
Dear colleagues, I request you to reassemble. I would like to stress that we have a rather heavy agenda, so therefore we follow the timetable. We are waiting for the French interpretation. Your colleagues, I will start again, and if the French interpretation is not working, then please let me know. I would like to stress that we have a rather heavy agenda. French interpretation is not working. Can we have the technical team to look into the matter, please? The French interpretation. I will give the floor to the director of WHC. He will check whether the French interpretation works, and then once I get the go ahead, I'll start. Mr. Lazar, you have the floor.
Can someone just confirm that the French is working? Est-ce que les interprètes français peuvent...
Can the French interpreters please speak to check if we can hear them?
The French interpreters, I can't hear you. I can't hear the French. Alors, je crois que maintenant, ça marche.
It seems to be working now.
We will therefore need to follow the timetable strictly, so I would like to proceed and start item 2 on our agenda, request for observer status. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, with deep gratitude for your trust in me as chairperson of the session, I wish to highlight my hope that once again, all of us committee members and representatives of all state parties, colleagues from the Secretariat and the advisory bodies, as well as other organizations and stakeholders, all work together in a true spirit of multilateralism and through dialogue and cooperation to promote the values of the World Heritage Convention, forge trust and solidarity, and to make this 46th session successful. I have no doubt that we all have at heart to achieve consensus on all the draft decisions proposed before us, and I will spare no effort in this regard. Considering the heavy agenda of our session, I would like to appeal to all participants to strictly follow the time limits of interventions and requirements of the rules of procedure so that we can keep in pace with our timetables. Committee members will be given 3 minutes for their interventions and observers 2 minutes. Please also understand that although I'll try my best to let all interested parties make interventions and comments as per our rules of procedure, I may not be able to give the floor to every observer every time. In this regard, I would like to ask NGOs to group their various interventions on a subject matter into one joint statement of 2 minutes and to focus on this matter only. In addition, as chairperson, I want to make it very clear that I will reserve the right to interrupt any intervention, either by committee members or observers alike, which is not directly related to the technical item under examination by the committee. Last
but not the least, under the nominations item, I would like to inform you that once the decision has been adopted, I will give the floor only to the state party concerned for a 2-minute statement. I thank you in advance for your cooperation in this regard. Dear committee members, now I would like to proceed with the agenda and start with document WHC-24-46.com/2, requests for observer status. Before considering the admission of observers, I would like to give the floor to the Director of the World Heritage Center, Mr. Elando Osomo, for some general announcements. Mr. Elando Osomo, you have the floor, sir. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, indeed, the Secretariat has received a number of requests for observer status participation. These requests are in document 2, which has been distributed to you. Firstly, on the 16th of June last, and then in document 2.add, which was published on the 20th of July. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alonso Osumo, for this presentation. We now turn our attention to the admission of observers. The list is presented in document 2 in accordance with Article 8 of the Rules of Procedure. For your information, this is a bilingual document. I would like to ask our rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to one. No, we've received no amendments on this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rapporteur. Dear colleagues, I will now ask you if you agree to the presence of these observers throughout the session. I see none. Let's proceed then. May I take it that the participation of observers is agreed? I see no objections. It is so decided. Thank you. I declare agenda item number 2 closed. Dear committee members, we can now move to the review of the agenda and of timetable of our session, items 3A and 3B. The provisional agenda is presented to you in document WHC-24-46.com/3A. And the provisional timetable in document WHC-24-46.com.3B. I would like to invite Mr. Edando Osmo to present the agenda and the timetable of the session as contained in the relevant documents. These documents should be read in conjunction with document WHC-24-46.com/int.3a.rev, which contains the provisional list of documents of our session. Mr. Elando Osumo, you have the floor, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Dear committee members, first of all, allow me to recall that the provisional agenda of the 46th session contained in document 3A was already adopted by the committee at its extended 45th extraordinary session in September 2023 in Riyadh, and this is decision 45-18. The provisional timetable of the session is contained in document 3B, which was made available on 22 May and its corrigendum circulated on 10 July last, with a slight change in the starting hour of today's plenary session to allow the allocutions we have just heard by His Excellency the Honorable Minister of Culture and Tourism of India and by the UNESCO Director General. You will also note that a message from the 2024 World Heritage Young Professionals Forum will be presented to you at the end of this morning. And another one from the 2024 Site Managers Forum will be presented to you on Tuesday morning. These messages will be made available in English and French as soon as possible. It is suggested to the committee to take note of these messages. Dear committee members, I also wish to remind you that all amendments to draft decisions have to be submitted well in advance before the discussion of the item concerned to the rapporteur, Mr. Martin Waklani, using the appropriate form. And this form is available in English and French. And please use the rapporteur's email address, which is whrapporteur@unesco.org. But I think most of you already have it, and if you have a problem, please don't hesitate to come to the secretary. The form was provided to all of you, of course, by email, and please check the email we sent to all state parties and committee members on 12 July. While committee members are entitled to submit an amendment at any moment until the decision is made, oral amendments made during the examination of the item concerned should remain as far as possible small changes to the wording to the draft decision. The submission of substantial proposals of amendment should be made as much as possible at least 24 hours before the discussion of the agenda item concerned. This will greatly facilitate the organization of the debates and a well-informed decision-making process. Furthermore, Mr. Chairperson, I want to clarify to the committee members that co-sponsoring of amendment is not an option for committee sessions in line with Rule 23.2 of the Rules of Procedure. Committee members can, however, be co-authors of an amendment with other submitting committee members. Finally, Mr. Chairperson, please note that in addition to the mandatory interpretation in English and French, thanks to the Kingdom of Spain, Spanish interpretation will be ensured throughout the session. The Russian Federation is funding interpretation in Russian from 23rd to 28th July, which will cover, as you all know, the items of state of conservation and nominations. In addition, the People's Democratic Republic of China is funding interpretation in Chinese from 26th to 29th July, which will cover the item on nomination. Thank you. Sorry, the People's Republic of China. I meant. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alondo Osuno, for this presentation. Dear colleagues, before we move with the adoption of our agenda, I would like to inform you of the outcomes of the first meeting of the Bureau, which took place yesterday and during which agenda-related matters were discussed. Following a request made by the distinguished delegation of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the Bureau recommends to the committee the addition under agenda item number 14, other business, of a discussion related to the small island developing states with the consideration of a proposed draft decision. Furthermore, 3 requests were received from state parties to move the timing for the examination of their nominations, to which the Bureau had no objection. The Secretariat will therefore work on this matter and will prepare an adjusted calendar for the examination of nominations under item 8.3 from 26 to 29 July so as to inform committee members as soon as possible. Thank you very much. I would now like to know whether there are any comments on the agenda item. I see none. Let's proceed then. I now invite you to adopt the draft decisions of 6.3a, but before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous n'avons
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We have received no amendments on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rapporteur. Are there any comments or questions? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46.3a adopted. I therefore declare agenda item 3a closed. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46.3b. Dear colleagues, I would now like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision 46.3b proposed.
nous n'avons pas
We have received no amendments on this item either. Thank you.
Are there any comments or questions? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46.3b adopted. I therefore declare agenda item 3b closed. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, let us examine now item 4 on our agenda. As you know, Dr. Shikha Jain, India, was the rapporteur of the extended 45th session of the World Heritage Committee, which was held in 2023 under the chairpersonship of Dr. Abdullah Al-Toklis from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I now have the pleasure to invite Dr. Shikha Jain, who is with us today, to present her report, which will highlight the main issues discussed during our last session. Dr. Shikha Jain, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairperson, members of the committee, delegates of states parties, members of the Secretariat, advisory bodies, and participants of the 46th session of the World Heritage Committee. I have the pleasure to be here with you today to present my report on the proceedings of the extended 45th session of the World Heritage Committee, which was held in Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, from 10 to 25 September 2023. Distinguished committee members, it was an honor that you allowed me to serve as the rapporteur of the extended 45th session, which was the first session to be held in Presentia since 2019. The extended 45th session was chaired by Dr. Abdullah Al-Tokes of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and I would like to take this opportunity to commend him for his dedication, his excellent chairmanship and wise advice, as well as the entire team in Riyadh who contributed immensely to the success of the sessions. Please also let me offer my gratitude to the UNESCO Secretariat, whose assistance was invaluable for my work as rapporteur during the session. The session was attended by almost 1,500 participants, including members of the committee, representatives of states parties to the convention, advisory bodies, and observer organizations. Over almost 2 weeks, the World Heritage Committee adopted 372 decisions, the highest number ever. Due to exceptional nature of an extended session, some agenda items were adopted without debate, and some were opened on the first day of the plenary meetings to allow the creation of consultative groups. Under items 7A and 7B, the committee examined 263 state conservation reports, of which 26 were open for discussion. 7 properties were recommended for inscription on the list of World Heritage in Danger. However, the committee decided to approve only 2, Kiev and Lviv in Ukraine. The reasons given were largely based on the challenges of ensuring conservation while also addressing the needs and pressures of development. Furthermore, 1 property was removed from the list of World Heritage in Danger, the tombs of Uganda kings of Katsubi, Uganda, thanks to the efforts accomplished by the state party. Currently, 56 properties are inscribed on the list of World Heritage in Danger. Regarding nominations, the World Heritage Committee examined a total of 50 nominations, out of which 24 were foreseen to be examined in 2022 and 26 in 2023. After careful consideration, the committee inscribed 42 new properties on the World Heritage List, 9 natural and 33 cultural. The committee also approved the extension of 5 properties already inscribed on the list. Out of this total of 47 properties, 16 were inscribed or extended after the committee decided to change 9 referrals and 7 deferrals into inscriptions or approved extensions. Lastly, it deferred 3 nominations. The World Heritage List now consists of 1199 properties, of which 933 are cultural, 227 are naturals, and 39 are mixed. Mr. Chairperson, let me add that under Agenda Item A, the committee inscribed 3 memory sites on the World Heritage List in Argentina, Rwanda, and Belgium, France. These are not first sites of this type inscribed on the World Heritage List, but they were the first ones inscribed after the adoption of the specific framework defined after 4 years of reflection. Distinguished delegates, the committee also decided to transfer the mandate of the ad hoc working group to an open-ended working group to start a fundamental reflection on the operations of the World Heritage Convention, notably on the representativity, credibility, and balance of the World Heritage Sites, and the sustainable funding of the nomination process. The first outcomes of the works of this group will be reviewed at this present session. Before I conclude, allow me to wish all the best to my successor, Mr. Martin Orkalani from Belgium, rapporteur of the present session, who I am certain will find this an equally demanding and rewarding role. I wish all members of the committee rich debates, smooth proceedings, and a successful session under the vice chairpersonship of His Excellency Mr. Vishal V. Sharma. Lastly, I present my sincere thanks to the host country of India for this excellent organization. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Shikha Jain, for your presentation. On behalf of all committee members, I would like to reiterate our gratitude to Dr. Jain for such a high quality work. I also wish to thank once again the State Party of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the marvelous organization and conditions provided for the last year's session. I propose that the committee takes note of the report of the rapporteur of the extended 45th session. Is there any comment or question on the report of the last session? I see none. Let's proceed then. I will ask Ms. Shikha Jain to answer your questions if you have any. I see no questions or comments. I therefore propose that the committee takes note of the report of the rapporteur of the extended 45th session. It is so decided. Thank you very much. I now close item 4 of the agenda. Dear colleagues,
As indicated in our timetable, we are now moving to the opening of the agenda item number 13, dedicated to budget matters. The relevant document of this item is document WHC-24-46.com-13. I would like to give the floor to the Director of the World Heritage Center, Mr. Lazar Ilambo Osomo, who will provide us with some important clarifications regarding this agenda item. Mr. Director, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Dear committee members, you will remember the committee established by decision 35-12B extending consultative bodies for the review of the committee's biennial budget in conformity with Article 20 of the Rules of Procedure. This consultative body is open, obviously, to all committee members as well as to state non-members of the committee that wishes to attend its meeting. I would like also to recall that the advisory bodies will have the possibility to attend this working group as observers. In this regard, Mr. Jefferson, I would like to clarify that we will not have any general presentation of the documents of the budget in the plenary, but that this is done as per practice at the first meeting of the working group. I would therefore strongly encourage all the members of the committee to attend the first meeting of this working group. And as per practice, the working group will be held for 3 days at lunchtime to avoid heavy agenda and overlapping of meetings. And it is proposed that the budget group meets from 35 to 27 July from 2 to 3 p.m. Allow me to finish, Mr. Jefferson, to recall that the whole purpose of this working group is actually to examine the draft decision proposed in order to recommend it on a consensual basis for its adoption to the plenary. So thank you, Mr. Jefferson.
Many thanks, Mr. Director. These are indeed extremely important points to consider in our deliberations. Dear colleagues, after having heard the explanation of the Director, can the committee agree with this proposal? I see no intervention. Let us proceed here. Furthermore, as there are no more comments or questions, as you know, as per Rules 20.2 of the Rules of Procedure, it is the responsibility of the working group to elect its chairperson. I understand that some consultations already took place in this regard. Therefore, I would like to know if a distinguished delegation would like to make a proposal. I see Belgium has raised its plate. Belgium, you have the floor.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Since it's the first time we're taking the floor, I should like, first of all, on behalf of the Belgian delegation, to thank India for its warm welcome and for the smooth operations and organization. For the working group, we would like to put forward the name of Ms. Chiara Franco from Italy, so that as potential chair for this working group. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any objection to this proposal by Belgium? I see none. It is so decided. Congratulations to Ms. Franco, who will be arriving in New Delhi on 24th of July. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Based on the previous year's practice and if you are in agreement with this proposal, I would suggest that the budget working group meets for the first time on 25th July in the Bureau meeting room from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. This will give sufficient time to Ms. Franco to join us. We can therefore now move to our next agenda item. Dear colleagues, we will now move to the next item concerning the report of the World Heritage Center on the activities it has undertaken since the last session of the World Heritage Committee in September 2023 until May 2024, which is contained in documents WHC-24/46.com/5A and WHC-24/46.com/int.5A. If you allow me, I would like to thank, on the behalf of all the committee members and state parties, the World Heritage Center for the excellent work conducted under the leadership of Mr. Lazar Elindo Asobo. The report of the World Heritage Center on its activities will now be introduced by the Director of the World Heritage Center, Mr. Elindo Asobo. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and thank you for your word of appreciation. Dear committee members, I will now present the report of the World Heritage Center on its activities and the implementation of the World Heritage Committee's decisions. Next. Go back to the first one. Thank you. This report mainly covers the period from the last committee sessions in September 2023 up to May 2024. As usual, this report is aligned as much as possible with the approved C5, and it follows the structure of output 5.clt.1, which is about member states' capacity strengthened to identify, protect, and manage tangible heritage. This is under outcome 5 of major program 4, as approved in the 41st and 41 and 42 C5. And during this reporting period, the Secretariat undertook numerous activities aimed at protecting and managing World Heritage properties in line with the overall framework of sustainable development. These activities are aligned with 2 performance indicators, Mr. Jefferson. The number of member states protecting and managing their World Heritage properties, which is the first performance indicator, and the second one, which is the support provided in the identification and preparation of potential World Heritage site for nomination. As requested by the committee last year in Riyadh, the focus has also been placed on the results of activities not otherwise covered in working and information documents prepared for this particular session. More detailed information about all World Heritage Center's activities is available in document IM.5A. Next slide, please. For what concerns the World Heritage Center, which is an entity of the culture sector, and as director of World Heritage Center and the World Heritage Center, I'm supported by a deputy director, 5 regional units supporting the implementation of the convention in the different regions, a specific unit dedicated to natural heritage, a unit dedicated to nomination matters, and a unit responsible for policy and statutory meetings. So currently, the World Heritage Center has 28 established posts financed under UNESCO regular program to support the 195 state parties. With a workload in constant increase, partly but not only due to the increase of the World Heritage List, of course, we are facing a situation that is not sustainable in the long term. In this regard, it is clear that there is an important need of extra budgetary support. And the 29 positions financed through voluntary contributions from member states and partners. It will be very difficult for the World Heritage Center to cope with the current workload. This gives me the opportunity, of course, to thank all the state parties who are financing and continue to finance such positions within the World Heritage Center. Next slide. We now come to the report on the activities implemented and the results achieved during the reporting period, and to the first performance indicator on protection and management of World Heritage. Next slide. The Secretariat has played a pivotal role in supporting the governing bodies of the World Heritage Convention, ensuring smooth operation and effective decision-making processes. Key activities, including the holding of the extended 45th session in Riyadh last year, which was a landmark event where significant decisions were made regarding the conservation and management of World Heritage sites. We've just heard the report of Dr. Shikejen, the rapporteur, on the key outcomes of this session. I would like to thank her for her excellent work and professional work that she did last year. The decisions report, the summary report, and the video recording of the session are available on our website for all of you. Another highlight of last year was the holding of the 24th session of the General Assembly in November 2023, which adopted by consensus, as already said by the Director General in her speech, the policy document on climate action for World Heritage, reflecting the growing recognition of climate change as a critical factor in heritage conservation. It also adopted a revision of its rules of procedures to harmonize the equivalent rules for the 7 assemblies of the Culture Conventions, and of course, it elected the new committee members who are serving in this committee. The Secretariat also organized various meetings and workshops, including the open-ended working group established by the committee last year, whose mandate covers matters related to credibility and representativity of the list, as well as those relating to sustainable funding solutions for nomination process. This involved meticulous planning, agenda setting, and documentation preparation, ensuring that all stakeholders were well informed and prepared for discussions. Next slide, please. Now I want to speak about capacity building. Capacity building is a cornerstone of the Secretariat's effort to enhance the management and conservation of World Heritage sites. Indeed, dear committee members, as you all know, capacity building is one of the 5 C's that have been set as strategic objectives by the committees. And capacity building activities serves as catalysts for sustainable development. They also foster collaboration, innovation, and the transmission of knowledge. In the interest of time, I will not repeat here what is already contained in the document that you will examine in the next item, which is document 6A and 6B, which are dedicated to this specific topic. During the reporting period, the Secretariat organized numerous training workshops, notably across Africa, the Arab states, and the Europe regions, focusing on sustainable conservation practices and effective site management. Noteworthy initiatives, including the mentorship program for African heritage professionals, which the Director General also mentioned in her speech this morning, designed to foster a new generation of heritage leaders and to provide region-specific workshops that address unique challenges and opportunities in heritage conservation. In 2024, during a series of workshops in Cairo, in Egypt, over 100 heritage managers received hands-on training in advanced site management techniques covering areas such as risk management, sustainable tourism, and community engagement, significantly enhancing local capacity to address complex heritage conservation challenges. A number of workshops organized with the three advisory bodies also serve to introduce the guidance and toolkit for impact assessment in a World Heritage context, the Enhancing Our Heritage Toolkit 2.0 tool, and the online guidance for wind energy projects in a World Heritage context. And I would like to thank the three advisory bodies for their great cooperation and great work. To ensure wider reach, the Secretariat also relied on online workshops on various aspects of heritage management, facilitating access to a larger number of heritage professionals globally. Last but not least, the two fora that are organized this year again in this beautiful country, in the margin of the World Heritage Committee session. They are also good examples of capacity building and networking activities. Indeed, the Young Professionals Forum harnesses the potential of capacity building and prepare the young professionals in creating a sustainable future for our cultural and natural heritage. And the Site Managers Forum creates opportunities for the empowerment of site managers in expanding their networks and exchanging knowledges and experiences at an international level. I would like to extend here really my gratitude and the one of the World Heritage Center and this whole Secretariat to the donors and partners who have supported this capacity building initiative, ensuring their success and in particular their impact. Next slide. See? As recognized by the committee on numerous instances, including during the written discussion of the open-ended working group, the involvement of civil society, local communities, and indigenous people is essential for the sustainable management of World Heritage sites. To address this, the Secretariat has implemented several initiatives to enhance community engagement and participation. And just to name a few of them, numerous projects have been launched to involve local communities in the conservation process. For example, in collaboration with the Kilimanjaro National Park Authority, the Secretariat has implemented a project entitled Empowering Young Women and Men for Adaptation to Climate Change at the Kilimanjaro National Park World Heritage Site. and this was funded by the Netherlands in Trust, which I like to thank. And this was on the impact of climate change on 9 villages adjacent to the park were collected. Some of the key findings included the provision of conservation education awareness on climate change, strengthening the conservation of forests. The Secretariat has also partnered with local NGOs to implement conservation projects and educational programs, such as for the World Heritage Volunteers initiatives, thanks to which young people and local communities were involved in conflict awareness raising preservation activities at 70 action camp projects in 62 World Heritage properties and sites on the tentative list and implemented by 54 different organizations in 31 countries around the globe. Educational and outreach program aims at raising awareness about the importance of heritage conservation have been conducted in schools and communities, notably through the very active role of the World Heritage Education Program. And this program is to emphasize the role of heritage in cultural identity and promote a sense of ownership of and responsibility among younger professionals. Um, these initiatives have fostered a sense of ownership and stewardship among local communities, ensuring the long-term sustainability of the heritage conservation uh, effort. Mr. Jefferson, in this regard, uh, I will request your permission to pass the floor for 5 minutes to Mrs. Christy Grant, who is the chairperson of the International Indigenous Peoples Forum on World Heritage, to present to the committee the outcomes of an international expert workshop on recognizing and respecting Indigenous peoples' heritage values in World Heritage Site, which was organized in Geneva, in Switzerland, in January 2024, after my presentation. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Next slide, please. Integrating World Heritage conservation with sustainable development goals is a key priority for the Secretariat, as you know. And further to the adoption of World Heritage policy for sustainable development, the World Heritage Center continues to mainstream sustainable development in all its activities as appropriate, including in statutory processes, operational projects, activation activities in this regard, notably projects and initiatives were undertaken during the reported period. For example, in the face of ongoing armed conflict and natural disasters, safeguarding World Heritage property has remained a paramount concern of the Secretariat through rehabilitation efforts, capacity building initiatives, several interventions trying to mitigate the impact of this crisis. The Secretariat has implemented several projects aimed at enhancing the resilience of World Heritage sites to climate change by introducing a series of measures to protect sites from rising sea levels, for instance, or why not extreme weather uh, event. Sustainable tourism was also promoted as a means to support local economies while ensuring the conservation of heritage sites. We've worked with local authorities in various countries to develop sustainable tourism strategies in order to balance visitor access with sites preservation. We also supported projects and conducted some of them to support local economy through heritage conservation. And for example, we supported initiatives that promote traditional craft and heritage tourism, providing economic opportunities for local communities while preserving their unique cultural and natural uh, sites. And in view of providing innovative tools for enhancing World Heritage sustainable conservation. The Secretariat is also preparing the second phase of a World Heritage online map platform, which is actually a web-based GIS for World Heritage properties, and it was launched last year at the last World Heritage Committee. And this is developed in with the support of the Flanders Trust Fund at UNESCO, with co-funding from the Sweden. Initially developed for properties located in Europe. Now we are making this effort to expand the platform to include World Heritage properties in African cities. So all this effort demonstrates the Secretariat's commitment to achieving the SDGs while ensuring the protection and conservation of World Heritage sites. I will now continue my presentation in French if you allow me. Prochaine diapositive.
Next slide, please. We'll now move on to the activities implemented related to the number 2 performance indicator, tentative lists and nominations. Next slide, please. During the reporting period, the World Heritage Centre received 37 nomination files by the yearly deadline for submission, and of those 37 files, 32 were considered to be complete in accordance with paragraph 132 and Annex 5 of the guidelines. All of these files were thoroughly assessed jointly with the advisory bodies. This enabled us to ensure an in-depth and informed decision-making process. As regards the completeness of nomination files, over the past few years, states parties in all regions tended to submit nomination files considered to be incomplete after verification by the Secretariat. However, the analysis of the trends related to the tentative list show that there's an increase in the number of states parties preparing sites for nominations. This shows that there's growing commitment to preserving our heritage and an increasing number of states parties recognizing the importance of documenting and protecting that heritage. However, Chair, we have seen a clear trend towards nomination proposals for sites with a high share of cultural sites put forward. By the 15th of September 2023, the first voluntary deadline for the submission of preliminary assessment requests, a total of 14 requests were received. 11 cultural requests and 1 natural and 2 mixed, and not 24, as was indicated erroneously in the document that was submitted to all of the regions. The list of these requests is included in document 8. The Secretariat provided technical support and advice to states parties for the preparation and updating of tentative lists. This included workshops, expert and advisory missions in order to identify the most appropriate way to meet the criteria for inscription in line with the requests of the state party. The Secretariat supported 5 African countries in their efforts to review their tentative lists and prepare nomination files. Next slide, please. As regards synergies with other culture conventions and programs at UNESCO, the Secretariat continues to actively promote such synergies, ensuring a holistic approach to heritage conservation. And some Examples of synergies are the following. The World Heritage Centre was actively involved in the organisation of the recent Naples Conference on Cultural Heritage in the 21st Century, which was held from the 27th to the 29th of November 2023 in Naples, and which was generously hosted by the government of Italy. The discussions focused on reflecting upon the achievements of the 1972 and 2003 conventions, and they showed that this approach is very promising for the years to come, because experts believed that both conventions needed to work hand in hand and ensure mutual support in order to enable that holistic approach, which is so critical. Within the UNESCO culture sector, an internal working group was established dedicated to periodic reporting in order to encourage synergies between the different conventions, recommendations, and programs. And we'll come back to this later on in our session under item 10C. As regards synergies with biodiversity-related conventions and programs, our interactions considerably strengthen the conservation of natural global heritage sites. For example, the World Heritage Centre actively participated in January 2024 in the Bern 3 conference, which focused on cooperation among biodiversity-related conventions for the implementation of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. And this ensured higher collaboration among all multilateral environmental agreements working in the field of biodiversity. The Secretariat also worked with the Convention on Biological Diversity to develop guidelines on the management of biodiversity hotspots, which are also World Heritage Sites. We also worked with the Ramsar Convention to strengthen the protection of World Heritage Sites in wetlands. And the Secretariat also collaborated with the Man and Biodiversity Programme, the MAB programme of UNESCO, within the framework of a series of webinars, for example, on avian influenza and its effects on World Heritage Sites, and biosphere reserves and Ramsar sites, which are recognised internationally. Next slide, please. As for challenges and next steps, dear members of the committee, Chair, World Heritage conservation activities face major challenges such as, for example, climate change, conflicts, rapid urbanization, and mass tourism, just to give you a few examples which will be covered by item 7 of our agenda. It's essential to ensure collaboration with other related conventions in order to be effective. And here, using innovative technologies such as satellite tracking and geographic information systems are increasingly crucial to ensure proactive management of sites. Lastly, Chair, the commitment and involvement of local communities, Indigenous peoples, and the promotion of sustainable tourism policies are also critical. And a number of community-based conservation projects show just how important the participation of local communities is in order to strengthen sustainable tourism strategies, educate visitors, and ensure carrying capacity. This will ensure a balance between economic development and heritage conservation, ensuring thereby the preservation of sites for future generations. Chair, the growing technical complexity of challenges related to conservation and increasingly sophisticated conservation efforts require increasingly specialized technical advice. And this is why, as we have already stated, it's vital to ensure additional human and financial resources. And we appeal to you here, to all member states, to assist us. Chair, dear members of the committee, in accordance with Resolution 42C7, which was adopted in November by the General Conference, intergovernmental bodies such as the World Heritage Committee are invited to contribute to the reflection process on the future direction and programmatic priorities for the upcoming 43C5. That is to say, the UNESCO Programme and Budget for 2026-2029. Following your discussions on this topic, a summary report will be prepared by the Secretariat and will be reflected in the culture sector's contribution to the preliminary remarks of the Director General on the draft 43C5. Her presentation is planned for the 220th session of the Executive Board in October 2024. The following matters may be taken into account in these discussions: the current global trends we're seeing, opportunities and challenges related to the implementation of the Heritage Convention at national level, then strategic measures and investments to increase the role and impact of global heritage in Africa, for example, which is a priority group, as well as gender equality and priority groups and thematic areas, SIDS, youth, crisis preparedness and response, among others. The thematic priorities within the framework of the World Heritage Convention will also be important, as well as the need to mobilize additional funding from various sources. Next slide, please. Ladies and gentlemen, dear members of the committee, by way of conclusion, the Secretariat has undertaken significant efforts and made significant progress in protecting and managing World Heritage sites. And with your decisions and your support, we hope to be able to pursue these efforts for capacity building, communication, international cooperation, and in the future, we hope to ensure continued cooperation, mobilization of resources, and capacity building, which should allow us to achieve our strategic objectives and to ensure the preservation of our shared world heritage, in line with the priorities that you've set out at regional level, strategic priorities and thematic priorities as well, with a particular focus on Africa and small island developing states. Chair, the draft decision 46-5A offers specific pathways to enable us to address current challenges and leverage new opportunities in the field of heritage conservation. Once again, I wish to sincerely thank all of our donors and partners for their unwavering support, which has been vital for our achievements and which will also be crucial in our future efforts. I'd also like to thank all of my colleagues within the culture sector and the World Heritage Centre, Mr. ADG for Culture, who we've been working with very closely in order to yield these significant outcomes. Thank you, Chair, dear colleagues, members of the committee, The presentation of the Secretariat's report has just been made, and it gives you an overview of all of the activities undertaken by the World Heritage Centre. Thank you very much for your attention.
As requested by the Director, I now give the floor to Ms. Chrissy Grant, Chairperson of the International Indigenous Peoples Forum on World Heritage, for 5 minutes. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for the opportunity to verbally report back to the World Heritage Committee and the World Heritage Centre to advise the body of North State Pardon on the recent very important expert workshop at the Tom 46. The intention of the workshop was to follow up on World Heritage Committee's decision 37 from 88.19 in 2013, in which the committee noted that the nomination of Kamwacha Keys in Canada had raised fundamental questions in terms of how the indissoluble bond that exists in some places between culture and nature can be recognised on the World Heritage Year. In particular, the fact that the cultural and natural values of one property are currently evaluated separately, and that the present wording of the criteria may be one contributor to these difficulties. We know that the majority of World Heritage sites in Indigenous peoples' territories are designated as purely natural sites without any recognition of Indigenous peoples' heritage value and their relationship to the land and the justification for inscription in the statement of OUV. And in disregard of the fact that for Indigenous people, cultural and natural values are inseparable, interwoven, and should be managed and protected in a holistic manner. It is well documented that where Indigenous people's perspectives, cultural values, and customary roles are not recognised and reflected when the OUV of the site is defined, their role in site management and decision making is diminished. In this way, their customary rights to their ancestral lands, territories, and resources are being violated. Following the adoption of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples in 2007, various efforts have been made to enhance respect for Indigenous peoples' rights in World Heritage sites. This includes the establishment of the Independent International Indigenous Peoples Forum on World Heritage, referred to as the Indigenous Forum, which has been recognised by the World Heritage Committee for its role in the involvement of Indigenous peoples in the identification, conservation and management of World Heritage property since 2017. The expert workshop also connects to a resolution by ICAMOT General Assembly. General Assembly. In 2023, to advocate for the recognition of interconnection between culture and nature in the OUV of World Heritage Sites. ICAMO's board has been requested to collaborate with other advisory bodies and the Indigenous Forum in order to develop options for changes to the criteria for the assessment of OUVs that would address the time for the consideration of the World Heritage. More specifically, the aim of the expert workshop is to raise awareness about concerns on the Indigenous people regarding the nature-culture divide and the implementation of the World Heritage Convention, and the lack of recognition, respect and protection for the rights of Indigenous peoples, their heritage and their traditional role custodian in many World Heritage sites. In summary, the main key findings dealing with the fact of the current situation are Indigenous people's rights to their culture, livelihood, lands, territory and resources continue to be violated in mention in the World Heritage. Some progress has been made by all actions to prevent these violations connected with the implementation of the World Heritage Convention. but they have been insufficient and ineffective Many state parties continue to inadequately effect to free prior and consent in their engagement with Indigenous people around World Heritage property, despite the provision of the operational guidelines requiring state parties to obtain ethics. Articles 1 and 2 of the World Heritage Convention do not adequately provide for Indigenous people's relationship with their cultural and natural heritage. Some of the recommendations from the expert workshop with the main headings for background, with background, application, references and further clauses in the full report will include 1. Refine the interpretation of OUVs so that it is respectful of Indigenous people's perspective and consistent with the international community's commitment to the protection of cultural heritage. 2. Abolish the nature-culture divide in the implementation of the World Heritage Convention going forward. Ensure that the implementation of the World Heritage Convention is consistent with a human rights-based approach. 3. Ensure that the Indigenous people's rights to free, prior, and informed consent is operationalised in the processes of the World Heritage Convention in a systematic and consistent manner in accordance with the international standards and obligations. 4. Ensure the direct and meaningful participation in Indigenous people and all World Heritage Convention processes affecting Indigenous people. 5. Establish grievance and redress mechanisms at UNESCO World Heritage levels to help remedy injustices suffered by Indigenous people in World Heritage sites and World Heritage processes. And 6. Develop capacity building programs to support the effective participation of Indigenous people in World Heritage processes and increase understanding of Indigenous people's status, rights, and heritage in the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the detailed presentation on the work accomplished. I would like to know whether there are any comments on the agenda item. I see none. Sorry. Vietnam, you have the floor to be followed by SDGs.
Mr. Chairperson, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I wish to thank the Chairperson, His Excellency Vishal Sharma, and the Government of India for the warm hospitality and excellent organization. It is an honor for Vietnam to serve as a member of the committee for the second time, and we thank the state parties for the wholehearted support. Vietnam commends the World Heritage Center for its high-quality reports, hard work, and professionalism. Ladies and gentlemen, as the Vietnamese people are mourning and remembering with great sadness of our late top leader, General Secretary Nguyen Phu Trong, I wish to emphasize his insightful thoughts about culture as the spiritual foundation of the society, the goal and internal strength for national development. With this in mind, Vietnam is firmly committed to the World Heritage Convention, including effective cooperation with the Secretariat and the advisory bodies. We have made efforts to mainstream the spirit of the convention into Vietnamese laws. A 10-year national target program on cultural and heritage development and a revised law on cultural heritage are submitted for the National Assembly's approval this year. We have well preserved and promoted the values of 8 World Heritage Sites in Vietnam, where local communities have a crucial role to play. Mr. Chairperson, we welcome the good work of the open-ended working group established in 2023. It is necessary to ensure a better regional representation of sites, balance between preservation, development, and sustainable tourism, and effective implementation of priority Africa gender equality seats youth through enhanced knowledge exchange, capacity building, and cooperation. In these endeavors, Vietnam is willing to contribute to the World Heritage Fund and ready to join hands with other state parties of the Asia Pacific and the whole international community to harness the power of heritage for peace, sustainable development, and inspiration for the future. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. We have heard the passing away of your leader, and please accept our humble condolences on that solemn occasion. Excellency. I now give the floor to SVG, to be followed by Belgium. SVG, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as I'm taking the floor for the first time in the plenary, I'd like to thank media for the organization of this session. And you can count on our cooperation under the president. Sentence and Grenadi, thanks Secretariat for all the activities undertaken in the implementation of the convention, despite the difficulties and the lack in financial and human resources. We take note that the need for capacity building is increasing, notably in Africa and in the small island developing states, which are the UNESCO's priority, as well as in all the regions, Latin America, the Caribbean, Arab region, and Asia.
Can you please speak near the mic? Thank you.
Okay, it's fine. But we welcome the activities implemented in Latin America and Caribbean region, and we take this opportunity to emphasize the need to analyze the gap in the World Heritage List for natural heritage in the region, and the growing importance of raise awareness and for update public policies for the conservation of the properties, including among youth, indigenous people, civil society, and enhancing their role in the protection of the World Heritage in the region. We thank all the donors who contribute to make the implementation of the convention more effective and encourage the collaborative efforts through partnerships and also which align several SDGs. I refer here to paragraph 86 of the document about the Resilient Reefs Initiative, led by a private public consortium, including UNESCO, focusing on building local capacity to address climate change impact in 4 World Heritage listed coral reefs: Australia, in Belize, in Palau, and New Caledonia. This is a clear example for building strategy tailored for each site in the conservation of the World Heritage. Mr. Chair, having said that, paragraphs 115 until 119 under key challenges and the way forward part are alarming on the challenges faced by the World Heritage Center in the convention itself. And we heard also the Secretariat speaking about the sustainability of the action and the center, especially in conservation and protection of the site as climate change impact on the properties, the over-tourism conflicts, and we would like to consider at this session to request to increase the budget of the center during the preparation of the 43 certified by the Director General. And also we would like to see maybe more flexibility for the center to allow the fundraising activities to help all the activities needed in all the region. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I will now ask the director to read the names of the member states that have raised their nameplates, and after you hear your name, please lower your name, please. Mr. Director, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. The following committee members will take the floor. in the order I'm reading the names: Belgium, Argentina, Italy, Japan, Mexico, Republic of Korea, Jamaica, Turkey, Qatar, Bulgaria, Rwanda, and India, and Greece. Greece, and then Ukraine. Thank you. And they will be followed by state parties observer, uh, Angola, USA, Ireland, Azerbaijan, Armenia, Pakistan, and Colombia. Colombia and Thailand. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Belgium, you have the floor to be followed by Argentina.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for giving us the floor. In our delegation, we have regional experts from all the different regions in our countries, and we want to congratulate you on your election. We thank the Centre for its very understandable and thorough report on all of its breakthroughs. We see that a lot has been done in terms of capacity building, which is particularly appreciable. And in this regard, we would like to submit for deliberations a couple of considerations concerning the synergies with other UNESCO conventions and recommendations in the world in which conflicts and natural disasters or human-induced disasters are affecting World Heritage properties. We need to, in particular, look at synergies with the 1954 Convention and its two protocols. These synergies seem all the more logical when you look at how many states parties are in a position to redouble their efforts. We also feel that if we're going to work towards greater representativeness of our list, then the synergies with the Man in the Biosphere program could actually be explored, and with the 4 million UNESCOs that have been put into the Congolese Natural Park, we feel that this is a great step forward, and we're happy with the current priorities that have been set. Given the challenges that we're facing in terms of managing many of different sites on the list, more needs to be done. The Young Professionals Forum has come up with very useful considerations. And we would like to consider examining the ways of rolling that out to a broader public. We have a certain number of concerns regarding some of the challenges, particularly the centre's capacity to deal with its increasing workload. And in this regard, we'd like to support the centre and second interns, as we've done in the past, to ensure that we can contribute. We do think that the involvement of young people is of vital importance. There are other challenges that are being faced. For example, the work being done by the open-ended working group is welcome, and we continue to encourage you in your work so that the simplification of procedures, the greater financial wherewithal will enable us to overcome the current challenges, and we remain very involved in your work. And by way of conclusion, Mr. Chairman, we'd like to pay tribute to the Belgian artist Michel Olive, designer of the emblem of the World Heritage logo, who passed away last November. When it comes to maintaining the vitality and vigor of our convention, we feel that with more than 1,000 exceptional sites around the world, we feel that this is an adequate crystallization of the importance placed on World Heritage by so many people around the world. We are delighted to continue working towards improving the profile and visibility of World Heritage everywhere. Thank you, sir.
I request you to please keep your intervention to a time limit, 3 minutes, disrupting 300 words. I now give the floor to Argentina, to be followed by Italy. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would just like to ask if I would be able to use the Spanish language, or do I have to, or is it only a passive interpretation that we have? And if not, I will continue in French, says the speaker. I just wanted to take this opportunity to congratulate you, since it's the first time I'm taking the floor, to congratulate you and the government of India for the excellent reception that we've had to this event, and also to congratulate you, Mr. Chairman, personally on your election. And I have a small comment to make about the report that we've received from the World Heritage Centre. There is no mention made by all of the people who make up the World Heritage Centre. All of those individuals are working so hard behind the scenes, and between the staff of the centre and the committee members, there is this vital human contact, and I wanted to extend my heartfelt thanks to the director of the World Heritage Centre for this, for the permanent dialogue and willingness to answer all of the questions that we have when it comes to all of the processes surrounding inscription and management of World Heritage Sites from each and every country. Thank you very much, sir.
I will give the floor to the director, WHC, to respond to the question on Spanish language, which he had already mentioned in the morning, but nevertheless, please mention it.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. And just to reassure the distinguished delegate of Argentina, yes, you do actually have Spanish interpretation throughout the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director WHC, for your clarification. I now give the floor to Italy to be followed by Japan. Italy, you have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first of all, let me to congratulate you once again for your election and to thank India for this exquisite and wonderful hospitality. I would like to make a short statement on behalf of Italy, followed, with your permission, by a statement on behalf of several countries. We thank the World Heritage Centre for this comprehensive report on the activities carried out since the last session of the committee, and we commend it for the results achieved. We praise all the initiatives meant to ensure the sustainable management and protection of the outstanding universal value of World Heritage properties, and we continue to believe in particular in the value of capacity building activities. Italy is proud to have hosted the Naples Conference on Cultural Heritage in the 21st century, and we thank the World Heritage Centre for its support and active participation. We are also glad to have supported the third cycle of periodic reporting in Europe and North America and other local activities. We believe it is particularly important to safeguard World Heritage in the face of ongoing armed conflicts and natural disasters. At this regard, we commend the initiatives carried out by the World Heritage Centre in Ukraine and Libya. Mr. Chair, please allow me now to deliver a statement on behalf of 46 countries in connection to the comprehensive report of the World Heritage Centre with a specific reference to information on its activities in Ukraine. Since the start of Russia's illegal, unprovoked, and unjustifiable full-scale invasion of Ukraine, UNESCO has verified damages to 412 cultural sites in Ukraine, including World Heritage sites in Odessa and Lviv. Odessa, in particular, continues to be the target of horrific attacks, resulting in the destruction of civilian sites. In addition to the appalling civilian casualties, a number of historical and cultural buildings have been severely damaged by Russia's attacks, including the Archaeological Museum, the Maritime Museum, the Church Museum, as well as the Transfiguration Cathedral and the first and foremost Orthodox Church in the city. Russian Federation has consistently disagreed UNESCO's repeated appeals and seized these attacks and safeguard cultural heritage and World Heritage sites, going against the values of the organizations as well as the 1972 Convention. We recall that Article 6 of the World Heritage Convention calls on states parties not to take any deliberate measures which might damage directly or indirectly the cultural and natural heritage as defined by the Convention itself. We believe that such obligation lies at the very core of UNESCO's values and objectives. Such decisions include the description of sites in vivo or and vivo and the list of World Heritage in danger, which we commend and which we hope will mobilize ever greater support for their protection. We also commend UNESCO's emergency response to Ukraine in line with the mandate of the organization. We finally call upon the Russian Federation once again to immediately cease all hostilities against Ukraine, to unconditionally
no
withdraw.
political statements. Please conclude. You have already crossed your time.
Okay, the statement was delivered on behalf of the following countries.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to Japan to be followed by Mexico. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the outset, I would like to thank the government of India for hosting the World Heritage Committee with warm hospitality and wish you, the Chair, all the best and the successful organization of the meeting. Rest assured, you have our delegation's full support. For this agenda item, we would like to express our appreciation for the activities of the World Heritage Center, as was just explained by the director of the center. With regard to its global priorities, namely Africa and gender equality, and its priority target groups, namely SIDS and youth, those are exactly the areas which Japan also attaches great importance. Now, with your indulgence, Mr. Chair, I would like to take this opportunity to mention three major priority items for our future contribution to the World Heritage Convention. First of all, Africa. Since we would like to say more about our activities in Africa in item 5.3 later, let me just touch upon one project. In Zanzibar, Tanzania, we carry out the emergency rehabilitation of Stone Town and support capacity building training for management. The second point is SIDS. Let me touch upon some of our concrete activities for SIDS in the area of tourism and disaster relief. Japan supports the capacity building activities through the promotions of sustainable tourism in collaboration with World Heritage and Sustainable Development Program of the World Heritage Center. We are also making a contribution to strengthen disaster response capacity in Eastern Annel of Solomon Islands, a World Heritage Site in danger, by incorporating participatory resource management techniques. We highly expect that our activities in African region and SIDS countries will contribute to make the World Heritage List more balanced and representative. Finally, the mitigation of the impact caused by natural disasters. Japan is supporting a UNESCO project designed to introduce the early warning system for natural disaster in Africa, making use of advanced technology. This is the project in natural science sector of UNESCO. We could utilize this technology for the protection of World Heritage. We should be better prepared to deal with natural disaster. Furthermore, Japan has decided to initiate two programs in this field this year. One is to bridge Japanese and UNESCO IOC's expertise on geohazard early warning system to support Pacific and Caribbean Sea. And the other is to secure emergency funds to swiftly mobilize experts upon the occurrence of a disaster. All these activities are part of our JFIT program in various sectors of UNESCO and should be useful to support conservation and management of heritage sites in the world, in line with the framework of sustainable development. Mr. Chair, Japan will continue its support and cooperation for implementation of World Heritage Convention in various ways, fully keeping in mind UNESCO's priority areas and its unique multi-sectoral mandate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Excellency. I now give the floor to Mexico to be followed by the Republic of Korea. Mexico, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I wish to thank you and the Government of India for the hospitality they have provided and the excellent organisation of this session of the committee. I also wish to thank all of the members of the Secretariat, represented by Mr. Otone and Mr. Olundo, for all of the excellent work undertaken. Mexico wishes to reiterate its support to the World Heritage Center, and we recognise the work that has been undertaken to promote its mandate and to ensure the conservation of World Heritage sites. We are particularly thankful for the close collaboration with my country, Mexico, and Latin America as a whole, and we reiterate our readiness to continue to work with the Latin America and Caribbean region on the implementation of the convention. I have 3 points to make here. First, I'd like to congratulate the work that's been done with Indigenous peoples. Secondly, I wish to appreciate the support provided for the workshop held in Oaxaca in Mexico in June this year for World Heritage Site Managers, which was supported by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Third, I wish to welcome the reference to Bern 3 conference on synergies with biodiversity-related conventions in collaboration with the UNDP, which was co-chaired by Sweden and Mexico. Lastly, Chair, I wish to appreciate the generous support provided by Spain to ensure interpretation into and from Spanish. Thank you.
Thank you, Mexico. I now give the floor to the Republic of Korea, followed by Jamaica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I would like to congratulate and thank India for successfully organizing this session and for the warm hospitality. I also extend my congratulations to you on assuming the chairmanship of this session. Under your able leadership, I'm sure that the 46th WHC will be where we all reaffirm our commitment to safeguard our heritages. I would like to express our gratitude to the World Heritage Center and Mr. Lazar for their comprehensive report on the center's activities and the implementation of the World Heritage Committee's decision. Taking this opportunity, the Republic of Korea reaffirms its commitment to supporting the World Heritage Center in our joint endeavor to protect our world heritage. The Republic of Korea welcomes the active integration of the global biodiversity framework within the realm of World Heritage. We also wish to highlight the importance of addressing climate change as it poses a significant threat to the conservation of diverse World Heritage sites. This underscores the necessity of collaboration with global initiatives on climate change, such as those led by the UNFCCC. The Republic of Korea also warmly welcomes the successful organization of the NATO's conference, which encourages a holistic approach to both tangible and intangible heritages, including natural heritage, in line with the desirable direction guided by Mondial Court 2022. As described in the action plan titled The Spirit of Naples, it is expected that the integrated perspectives encompassing the two crucial heritage conventions will serve as a landmark for boosting human and community-centered heritage programs for the sustainable future. Lastly, Korea believes that respecting the diverse values held by local and international stakeholders for World Heritage properties is essential in preventing potential conflict and promoting heritage conservation. In this regard, in March this year, in collaboration with experts of e-commerce and e-com, we held a meeting to discuss the participatory approaches to World Heritage. To share the outcomes of this meeting with the state parties to the World Heritage Convention, we have organized a side event on July 24th, Wednesday, at 1 p.m. at the side event room 4. We look forward to your participation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Jamaica, to be followed by Turkey.
Thank you, Chair. And as Jamaica is taking the floor for the first time, we want to express our thanks to the government of India for welcoming us so warmly and for our opening ceremony yesterday. We thoroughly enjoyed that, and thank you very much for the efforts and the active action toward this welcoming. Jamaica thanks the Secretariat for the comprehensive report that has been presented. We have noted the actions of the World Heritage Center in the work towards capacity building, the actions toward emerging situations and building resilience in the face of negative impact of extreme weather events. The Caribbean is extremely vulnerable to these impacts, with the recent example of Hurricane Beryl impacting St. Vincent and Grenadines, Grenada, and Jamaica in early July. We thank the Center for its increasing efforts to engage Caribbean cities and look forward to more capacity building activities, in particular to address gaps in areas of resilience among our heritage resources, including within Caribbean urban centers. We also note the disparity in geographical distribution of inscribed properties and imbalances with them. In this regard, we welcome the work of the open-ended working group and reiterate our commitment to same. Jamaica was pleased to have been a part of the conference on cultural heritage in the 21st century, which took place in November 2020 in Naples, Italy. Synergies among other conventions and recommendations, such as the underwater cultural heritage, intangible cultural heritage, and historic urban landscapes. We also look forward to the increased collaboration with efforts on natural heritage, such as the rules which resulted in the webinars focused on the Asian. We need to note with concern the financial and human constraints and its impacts on the work of the center and how state charges can be supported. We're hopeful that this can be addressed before the deadline, and we take this opportunity to reiterate Jamaica's commitment to the work of the World Heritage Foundation and its implementation.
Thank you. I now give the floor to TA to be followed by Qatar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Let me begin by taking this opportunity to congratulate you on your appointment as chair and our thanks to India for the organization of this committee meeting and for the warm hospitality. We believe that we will have a successful meeting under your leadership. We would like to thank the Director of the World Heritage Centre for presenting this comprehensive report on the activities in implementing the committee's vision. As a newly elected member, Turkey is committed to further strengthening the role of the World Heritage Convention, which served as an inspiration for the protection and preservation of tangible, natural, and cultural treasures in the world. Recognizing the imperative of safeguarding these invaluable assets, Turkey became a party to the convention in 1983. As a long-standing state party to the convention, we have tirelessly endeavored to maintain the principles of the convention. Our commitment is also coming out from our dedication to preserving the essence of our common cultural identity for future generations. During our tenure on the committee, we will do our utmost to uphold our responsibilities for the better implementation of the convention. A priority during our membership will be achieving a more balanced World Heritage List. In this regard, we encourage nominations from non-represented and underrepresented countries, bearing in mind the maintenance of the quality and the high standards of the World Heritage List. Acknowledging the committee's vital work in safeguarding global cultural heritage, we welcome the ongoing initiatives in terms of capacity building in the framework of the World Heritage Capacity Building Strategy and highly appreciate the Secretariat's activities to support state parties lacking World Heritage properties in training their local experts and providing technical support by developing tentative lists. We would like to particularly emphasize the significance of transparency, improvement of dialogue, providing early advice to state parties, and strengthening efforts to ensure better regional representation, taking into consideration the divergence of expertise views based on profession, geographical, and cultural perspectives. Turkey believes in the importance of increasing dialogue between state parties and the advisory bodies and the World Heritage Centre at different stages of the nomination process
and in evaluations of the state of conservation of listed properties. In addition, we also agree that the preliminary evaluation is significant in terms of enabling rich and constructive exchanges of views on the nominated strategies and helps to prepare more effective and robust nominated dossiers. We appreciate works carried out by the open-ended working group, and this was established at the 45th World Heritage Committee, and we actively participated in these meetings. We believe the working group has so far been fruitful in terms of discussion. After the 46th session of the World Heritage Committee, Turkey will continue to contribute to the working group, and we hope the work of the working group will be concluded by the 47th World Heritage Committee. Distinguished participants, we are ready to strive to further strengthen the role of the World Heritage Convention and provide our expertise to help achieve the objectives of the member states of UNESCO. Thank you, Chairperson, and I wish for a fruitful discussion.
Thank you. I would request state parties to kindly restrict themselves to the allotted time limit, which is 3 minutes per state party, and that is approximately 3 words. Thank you. I now give the floor to the Taj, followed by Bakir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to stress my gratitude to the government of India for providing the opportunity for the World Heritage Committee to meet under such excellent organizational conditions. And we would thank the Secretariat for its report and the advisory body for their effort. Qatar, as state member of the World Heritage Committee, contributed to achieving the goals of the Convention for the protection of the World Heritage and to enhance the implementation mechanism of the Sustainable Development Goals. This effort not only focused on heritage culture and education, but also on empowering and enhancing the capacity of actors in this humanitarian sector. Our aim is to promote peace and stability with all partners across the globe. Our group, our Arab region, has witnessed many crises that directly affected human cultural heritage. As the world is witnessing, there are many heritage sites affected by the aggression on the Gaza Strip. It is crucial that the international community takes decisive action to protect heritage sites worldwide. Since joining the Convention for the Protection of the World Heritage, the state of Qatar has supported all efforts of the World Heritage Center and the work of the committees, particularly in facing contemporary challenges such as climate change and achieving the SDGs. The commitment was demonstrated by the launch of emergency heritage protection funds in Doha during the 2014 World Heritage Committee meeting. Qatar Museum actively promotes the values and objectives of the World Heritage Convention by highlighting the archaeological site of Az-Zubara as a global cultural platform. The site emphasizes the role of cultural heritage in achieving development goals, given its historical significance dating back to the 17th and 18th century. It conveys the values of coexistence, tolerance, and acceptance of diverse cultures to future generations to Qatar. Ladies and gentlemen, today more than ever we seek to support efforts to enhance UNESCO's international mechanisms for protecting world heritage, especially in light of the unfortunate numerous armed conflicts affected humanity as well as natural disasters and climate change. Qatar has not only developed national policies for the provisional management of heritage site according to the standards of the World Heritage Convention. Please conclude. And thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you. I request the stage restrict their intervention for 3 minutes. I now give the floor to Bulgaria, to be followed by Rwanda.
The Chair of the World Heritage Committee, the Director of the World Heritage Center, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to assure you that you can count on the Bulgarian delegation to be part of every constructive dialogue in this event. We would like to thank India for its warm hospitality for this inspirational session. Bulgaria would also like to thank the director of the World Heritage Center for the reports of leaders and his activities and for the implementation of the committee results. The Bulgarian delegation notes its appreciation for the activities carried out in the various regions of the world, with particular attention paid to UNESCO priorities such as homelessness, gender equality, youth, and small island developing states. Last year has been challenging for the implementation of the decisions of the extended sessions, and we would like to congratulate the Center for the advisory bodies for their support to states parties in different regions, including Bulgaria, for which we are indeed very grateful. Last year, we have expanded our regional cooperation in different countries, including a joint nomination. We will also submit a new nomination by September this year. The multidisciplinary approach and the promotion of synergy between cultural conventions are a priority for Bulgaria, and we are pleased to see that strong collaboration on biodiversity and heritage. Our country welcomes the relevance of the efforts of the World Heritage Center in enforcing sustainable and responsible development goals and in encouraging the inscription of sites from countries that are not represented on the World Heritage list to make them more equitable, credible, and representative. Bulgaria considers that new technologies should be used in sustainable and responsible manner to help preserving and protecting the world heritage, and we would like to express our appreciation to all countries that have contributed to the World Heritage Map platform and to congratulate the Center for this initiative. Bulgaria will continue to contribute to this platform. In fact, right now, the Cultural Heritage Digital Platform is one of the very important issues in Bulgaria. At a time when civilization seems to have lost its focus and vision for the future, the knowledge of our cultural history, of our cultural and natural heritage can be for us that anchor that calms the storms inside ourselves down and gives us the strength to continue forwards. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Rwanda, to be followed by India.
Thank you, Chair. Rwanda wishes to congratulate you, Chair, on your election as Chair of the 46th session of the World Heritage Committee. You can count on our full cooperation throughout your position. As regards the activities of the World Heritage Centre, we wish to thank the Director of the Centre for his clear and detailed presentation on the activities of the Centre since the last session in Riyadh. We congratulate the Director for the initiatives and cooperation with states parties despite the lack of resources. We wish to in particular commend activities aimed at supporting state parties in Africa who have no sites inscribed on the list as part of the priorities of UNESCO and priority target groups. During the extended session which was held in Riyadh, Rwanda, thanks to the support of various partners within the centre, the World Heritage Fund, Japan and others, is no longer one of the 12 parties with no site on the World Heritage list. We wish to also thank the Secretariat for the organisation of the open-ended working group, which was established by the 45th session of the committee with a mandate to, among others, ensure equal representation on the list. Chair, this morning, the Director General mentioned that 20% of nominations this year are from Africa. This is unprecedented and is the result of common efforts and collaboration among the Secretariat, the African States Parties, and the advisory bodies. Unfortunately, the fact is that this tangible result may suffer setbacks with the preliminary assessment, which may become an additional burden for some states parties, in particular under and non-represented parties on the World Heritage List. We appeal for an in-depth reflection on the mandatory nature of this preliminary assessment. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to India to be followed by Greece. Thank you, Chairperson. Since India is taking the floor for the first time, I initially and the Archaeological Survey of India take this opportunity to welcome all the distinguished excellencies and delegates present at this hall. Mr. Chair, we read the report and the exhaustive presentation made by the Director of World Heritage Center, and we commend their unplanned initiatives taken by them in the last 1 year. Commenting within the time frame of 3 minutes is quite an inadequate, so I'll try to be brief. At the outset, India commenced the remarkable capacity building initiatives undertaken by the World Heritage Center over the past year. These efforts are not only important in safeguarding the outstanding universal values of the World Heritage properties, but also in building a global network of empowered stakeholders who are well equipped with the necessary knowledge, skills, and resources. The mentorship program for the African heritage professionals stands out as a significant achievement, reflecting a profound commitment to enhancing the capacities of the community. This initiative, alongside the targeted training for the underrepresented African states parties, exemplifies a thoughtful strategy towards inclusive and sustainable heritage conservation. Additionally, the World Heritage Center's diverse and inclusive collaborations over the past year, clearly with youth, Indigenous people, and women have significantly contributed to the global heritage conservation movement. This dedication to working with a broad range of stakeholders is truly inspiring and sets a high standard for future thinking. We extend our appreciation to the World Heritage Center for its impactful contribution to the sustainable management and protection of the World Heritage worldwide. However, Mr. Chair, the challenges are enormous, and we have also noted them with great concern. For example, it was presented that the workload of the Secretariat is increasing constantly. They're facing situations in the long term due to the lack of capacity. Mr. Chair, another important point that was raised by the Director of World Heritage Center that the time has come for the reflection on the synergies with other conventions and programs. This is important from India's point of view, wherein the tangible and intangible overlap significantly at many of our living World Heritage properties. Similarly, challenges such as climate change, conflict, urbanization, mass tourism are also worrying and impacting many World Heritage properties across the world. Not only that this needs technical and scientific intervention, but there needs to be an effective management involving local communities. I think at this moment we will stop with the comments here because my comments are fairly long. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the Thank you. I now give the floor to Greece to be followed by Ukraine.
Thank you, Chair. Let me from the outset extend recent warm congratulations to the President of the Committee, His Excellency Ambassador Vishal Sharma, and the government of these three countries and great nation for the impeccable hospitality they have offered. I would like also to thank the Secretariat for the work accomplished in view of the 46th World Heritage Committee. We thank as well for the comprehensive and I would say impressive report on the Center's activities undertaken in very demanding circumstances and under well-known budgetary constraints. Ladies and gentlemen, budget and capacity building have always been pressing challenges as far as the full implementation of the Convention is concerned. As we all know, an open-ended working group has been established with the aim to deal, among other issues, with these particularly important questions. the work of this group is still in progress. We expect that the outcome of this procedure will contribute substantially and effectively to meet these challenges in a sustainable manner. It is through this angle that we have considered with due attention the proposed amendment under this item. In view of the examination of the draft decision, we feel that it would be advisable, I would say important, to receive some clarifications in order to better understand the proposed text. Actually, I have three questions that we feel that need some answers so that we understand fully the importance of the amendment presented. Is there something really new in relation with the challenges that the World Heritage Committee has been faced with? Are there any new budgetary and or human resources constraints affecting the work of the center? And one particularly important question: do we want at this stage the committee to request the DG to take action while the open-ended working group has not yet concluded its work? These are questions that I'm sure that we are going to deal after a while. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Those questions were for the Secretariat, Excellency. Is that correct?
I would say these are questions if the Secretary would like to answer, but as well it goes for the author of the amendment presented to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I now give the floor to Ukraine, to be followed by Kazakhstan.
Dear colleagues, Your Excellencies, esteemed delegates, honored chairman, on behalf of Ukraine, I express our profound gratitude for the solidarity and support we have received from the international community, particularly from the nations that have spoken today. Regrettably, the reality we face is more worrying than reported. According to the data received by the Ministry of Health Information Policy, the damage to Ukraine's cultural heritage is twice as extensive as documented by UNESCO. It's critical to underline that such dramatic losses are not confined to direct missile strikes alone. The deliberate destruction of the Kakhovka hydropower plant and the constant explosions in the cities create the sound and blast waves that cause severe damage to ancient buildings and monuments. We also would like to draw special attention to the ancient city of Chersoneso and Khora, UNESCO World Heritage Site located in the temporary occupied territory of Crimea. This invaluable monument of archaeology, history, and culture has been brutally damaged, and illegal construction activities are taking place around it right now. We call for urgent actions to be taken by the committee in regard to these unacceptable actions of Russian Federation. Ukraine resolutely condemns these actions and calls on the international community to take all necessary actions and measures to stop them. We urge UNESCO and all member states to intensify the monitoring of and documentation of the destructions of Ukraine's cultural heritage, ensure the protection and preservation of cultural assets in temporary occupied territories, call for changes and adaptation of procedures and protocols to such burning challenges worldwide as wars and military conflicts. Dear colleagues, we are now in the third year of a full-scale war, a time when it has become unconditionally clear that norms and protocols are falling. Appeals, installations of signs and expressions of concern do not stop missiles. It is high time to reassess the relevance of major guidelines and amend the conditions those state parties that outrageously violate all laws of humanity. We must ask ourselves, does a full-scale war in the heart of Europe in the 21st century, which has an impact over the whole world, propel us towards development or degradation? It was mentioned yesterday by the Prime Minister of India, the inauguration ceremony. Heritage is not a history, it's consciousness. So let us not compromise and preserve both heritage and conscious by taking just and fair actions and decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Kazakhstan. Good morning to everyone. Namaste. Distinguished Chair, distinguished members of the committee, at the outset, the delegation of Kazakhstan would like to congratulate you on your election as the chair of this committee and reiterate our confidence in your able stewardship of our joint working session. I would also like to commend the government and the people of India, as well as all the staff involved in securing our smooth work on the great arrangement and the wonderful hospitality. I also thank the teams of the UNESCO Secretariat, represented here by the Assistant Director General for Culture, the World Heritage Center and its director, and the advisory bodies for their hard work in preparing the meaningful work of this committee session. We will be brief in our intervention. I would like to say that Kazakhstan is proud to contribute financial resources to the activities of the World Heritage Center through its extra budgetary funds, and we look forward to working together with the Secretariat, the advisory bodies of the 1972 Convention, fellow members of the committee and its state parties to advance the shared goals of safeguarding our common world heritage. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the observer state party, Angola, but we will stop at 12:35, wherein I will make an announcement. Angola, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Chairman, Mr. ADG for Culture, the Director of the World Heritage Center, Excellencies, dear Ministers, we would like to thank you for the warm welcome that we have received here in India and in New Delhi. We want to thank the Director of the World Heritage Center for his excellent report. The 46th session of this committee is a chance to a chance to reflect on the importance of the growing number of African nominations to the to the World Heritage List. This is a very important instrument for our most important historic sites, and inscription on the list fosters a greater capacity building, cooperation, and resource flows to these most important sites. Angola is committed to the Mbaza Congo site's preservation, which was inscribed on the World Heritage List in 2017. We have various other sites of archaeological importance and which are emblematic for the Southern African region and are recognized as having outstanding value. We are looking forward to the interesting discussions in this session, which will give reason for hope to younger generations as they see the importance of such sites recognized by the international community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency. Dear colleagues, as you know, according to our timetable, we were to hear the outcomes of the World Heritage Young Professionals Forum today at 12:35. Due to the fact that some of the youth participants are leaving at lunchtime, I suggest to stop our discussion at this point and resume it at 3 p.m. when we reconvene. I will ask the Director of the WHC to read out the list of the remaining speakers on this item.
Thank you, Chairperson. The following state parties observers have requested to take the floor, and I will read their name in the order in which they are going to intervene. United States of America, Ireland, Azerbaijan, Armenia, Pakistan, Colombia, Thailand, Poland, Brazil, Grenada, Russian Federation, and Guinea. Thank you, Chairperson. I hope I did not. And the state of Palestine. So I'll add state of.
Any other members, state party,
Ecuador.
observer state party that would like to also intervene, you may raise your hand. We see none. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have another very important outcome, a declaration of the World Heritage Young Professionals.
As you know, it is the practice to have a forum for young professionals as an integral part of the session of the committee and in the framework of UNESCO's World Heritage Education Program. The theme of our forum this year was set as World Heritage in the 21st Century, building capacities and exploring opportunities for youth. It is customary that the young professionals present a message prepared during the forum and of which the committee will take note. Allow me in this regard to give the floor first to Mr. Ernesto Ramirez Otone, the UNESCO Assistant Director General for Culture. Mr. Otone, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Mesdames et Messieurs,
Ladies and gentlemen, on the 15th of July, the Young Professionals Forum started in Greater Noida, and this year there were 50 participants from 31 countries representing all regions around the world taking part in the forum, and in particular 20 participants from the host country. And these youngsters of various backgrounds all came together with the same conviction, that is, of fashioning a better future together for our world heritage. And in light of their work over that last 8-day period, they explored various issues related to world heritage in the 20th century, strengthening capacity and exploring opportunities for youth. They visited World Heritage sites, took part in numerous discussions, conferences, workshops run by my colleagues as well as several renowned experts. They dived into concepts, in particular innovative technologies for promoting world heritage. And they were also looking at sustainable tourism, understanding the impact of climate change, or even community involvement. And the results of their work and recommendations of these young professionals have been formulated in a final outcome statement by all of them as a form of declaration. And before handing over to them to hear their message directly, we just wanted to welcome their commitment in favor of the protection and safeguarding of world heritage. And I invite you to watch a video about their enriching experience undertaken by these youngsters over the last 8 days. I encourage you to watch the video.
Bon, c'est ainsi que nous donne.
And so now let's invite these young professionals to present their statement. Thank you.
We, the participants of UNESCO World Heritage Young Professional Forum 2024, would like to extend our sincere gratitude to the chairperson of 46th session of the World Heritage Committee and to the UNESCO World Heritage Center. We are grateful to the Government of India, the Ministry of Culture, the Archaeological Survey of India for hosting the forum. Our transformative time in India was enriched by the invaluable insights of the experts, facilitators, site managers who shared their experience, knowledge, and passion. Through our exchanges in the last few days, we explored critical challenges of World Heritage, including participatory engagement with communities, sustainable tourism, climate change and its impact, and integration of innovative technologies. We address you as the representative of the future leaders of World Heritage, and this is what matters to us. We honor the sovereignty, right, land, knowledges of indigenous peoples and local communities who will continue to inhabit and steward World Heritage sites. As young professionals, we recognize that World Heritage conservation depends also on the communities within or near the sites. We commit to reinforcing spaces for meaningful dialogue with local communities that enable a participatory approach for learning and collaborative documentation towards revitalization of local and indigenous knowledges. We therefore urge the responsible committee members, states parties, and UNESCO to support community engagement by encouraging youth-led initiatives and social inclusion as drivers for sustainable World Heritage management. Community participation strengthens protection, longevity, and continuity. Therefore, we commit to engaging with communities to preserve our outstanding value for posterity. We recognize the importance of sustainable tourism and that it must be incorporated in national regulation tailored to our specific needs of World Heritage sites. We highlight the significance of traditional knowledge of communities living in and around World Heritage sites in the formulation of sustainable tourism policies as an integral component of management plan, ensuring they can be both economically and culturally beneficial. We believe that sustainable tourism starts with accountability, prioritizing people, communities, and preservation of their heritage. To achieve this, we recommend fostering strong partnership between government, NGOs, the private sector, and educational institutions. Accordingly, we advocate for empowering young people with training and educational opportunities in heritage management and sustainable tourism practices. We encourage stakeholders to cooperate on developing a common inventory of best practices for sustainable tourism that is accessible to us.
We call upon all state parties to take immediate and comprehensive actions to recognize the need for enhanced collaboration and robust implementation of climate policies at all levels. We propose a multidisciplinary approach, empowering local communities through education and knowledge and global knowledge sharing networks to ensure effective management. We urge the use of methods which will prioritize climate resilience, climate adaptation, and utilization of sustainable resources. Continuous risk assessment and monitoring of climate impacts through innovative technologies will encourage wider reach and rapid action for the protection of world heritage. Such unified action to safeguard our irreplaceable heritage is a critical step in tackling climate change and securing a sustainable future. Innovative technologies have the potential to improve heritage experience through education and entertainment, connecting with local communities while contributing to the sustainable development goals. We encourage stakeholders engaged with technologies to consider human rights, ethics, and outstanding universal values. Technological approaches should be in close association with traditional techniques and practices to balance the digital with the tangible. Technologies have the power to enhance accessibility and connection to world heritage, making it more inclusive, facilitating protection, management, disaster resilience, and security. The effective implementation of technology can benefit from the investments in training, future thinking, and the integration of multiple knowledge systems. Our world heritage is all of ours, and with that comes a shared responsibility. We have lies before you, a blueprint of the future, and we will spend our lives working to make this vision a reality. This future, however, relies on all of us building a strong foundation. We are the future, and now is our time to act. Daniel, thank you all.
Au nom de
On behalf of UNESCO, we thank you. And we thank you as young decision makers of tomorrow for your participation and your excellent work throughout the forum. And I wish you all the very best in your future careers as heritage partners. And we look forward to working with you going forward. Now, I'd like to invite my colleagues up here to come up on the podium and have a group photo with your leave. Thank you.
We have managed to end the young professionals component 10 minutes before schedule. We still have 10 minutes in our hand. If we can give the floor to the remaining observer speakers, if there are no objections from the floor. I see no objections. I would now like to give the floor to the US, followed by Ireland. The USA, you have the floor.
Great, thank you. Distinguished chairperson, esteemed delegates, and colleagues, it's an honor to address, let's see if this is still working. It's an honor to address the 46th session of the World Heritage Committee on behalf of the United States of America. Let me start by expressing our deep gratitude for the tremendous hospitality of the government of India in hosting this meeting. The United States remains steadfast in its commitment to preserving the world's cultural and natural heritage. In fact, we are thrilled to be celebrating this week the 1-year anniversary of the United States' full return to UNESCO. I want to take this opportunity to say thank you to all the countries and permanent delegations here for your partnership. Through the U.S. Ambassadors Fund for Cultural Preservation, we support projects around the world. Since 2001, we've supported more than 1,250 cultural preservation projects worldwide, including 240 projects at 123 UNESCO World Heritage Sites, a number of whom are going to be nominated in this session. In Ukraine, we remain deeply concerned about the threats to cultural heritage, and we support the statement on Ukraine by the Group of Friends of Ukraine read by Italy. The United States strongly supports and has prioritized World Heritage-related capacity building through programs that train heritage professionals in conservation techniques. This is particularly important for underrepresented countries and regions, and will continue to emphasize this in our role as co-chair of the Group of Friends of Africa, as well as a member of the executive board. The United States remains committed to partnering with you to ensure that our shared heritage is celebrated and preserved for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll give the floor to Ireland, to be followed by Azerbaijan.
Thank you, Chair, for giving us the floor, and congratulations to India for its excellent hosting of this meeting and the warm Indian welcome extended to all delegates. Ireland thanks the World Heritage Centre for the comprehensive report on its activities, which provides a good basis for our present discussion. In the report, we note with appreciation that special attention is paid to UNESCO's 2 global priorities, Africa and gender equality. In all activities of the Secretariat, and as well as to UNESCO 2 priority target groups, youth and small island developing states. As an island nation, Ireland has a strong cultural affinity with small island states and appreciates the unique challenges facing these islands who are on the front line of the climate crisis and the impact that it has on protection of their rich cultural and natural heritage. Ireland is committed to building a long-term ambitious partnership with our fellow islanders. This is reflected in our 2nd national strategy for partnership with SIDS, which was launched in December 2023, together with our SIDS partners. This strategy integrates new areas of partnerships and reflects Ireland's commitments to promoting the World Heritage Convention, to developing new initiatives to support SIDS. In recent months, we have developed a number of initiatives to translate these commitments into tangible actions. By next year, we will have contributed funding to 105,000 euro to the World Heritage Centre to help implement the operational strategy for SIDS through the support for Accelerator Program 3, which includes capacity building for identification, conservation, and management of cultural and natural heritage. One of our universities in Ireland.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Azerbaijan to be followed by Armenia, and then we will break. Azerbaijan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I would like to thank the host country, India, for the excellent organization of the work of the committee and the generous hospitality. As a state party, Azerbaijan has always been committed to the values and principles of the Convention. Azerbaijan actively supports programs and initiatives for the effective conservation and protection of cultural and natural heritage in different parts of the world through Azerbaijan UNESCO Fund and Trust established in 2013. Last year in October, we hosted the first sub-regional conference of UNESCO Japan Fund and Trust project to support Silk Road's World Heritage nominations to assist the Phase 3. And this year, the Ministry of Culture is in close consultations with the World Heritage Center to host the second conference of this project. On March this year, the National Commission of Azerbaijan for UNESCO, together with different partners, organized a conference titled Study and Preservation of the Historical and Cultural Heritage of the Turkic World from the Perspective of UNESCO. Capacity building activities of the World Heritage Center has vital meaning in all regions. It should be mentioned that such activities are of utmost importance, namely in the context of regions where the cultural heritage is affected by armed conflicts. As a country affected by the destruction of its cultural heritage during the 30 years of occupation by Armenia, we're highly aware of the importance of protection and preservation of the cultural heritage in this regard. During the occupation period, Armenia subjected Azerbaijani cultural heritage to large-scale destruction, plunder, and vandalism. The same fate faced Azerbaijani cultural and historical heritage, totally erased and destroyed across the present-day Armenia. Azerbaijan also faces a significant challenge due to landmine contamination as a result of Armenian military occupation. Azerbaijan places great emphasis towards establishment of a balanced, representative, and credible World Heritage List, which is a significant challenge. In this regard, we participate in the work of the open-ended working group on Decision 45-11 and will support the extent of the work of the group. The impact of climate change on the World Heritage properties is another matter of concern. The policy document on climate action for the World Heritage is a big step forward to tackle the negative impacts of climate change on World Heritage sites. As a host of COP29, Azerbaijan has put climate action in the heart of its national agenda. Lastly, Mr. Chair, Azerbaijan has submitted its candidates to the World Heritage Committee as a country which proudly and successfully hosted the 43rd session and has considerable potential knowledge and technical capabilities in this field related to conservation and protection of heritage sites. We'd appreciate the valuable support of the member states. Thank you.
Thank you. Armenia, you have the floor, and then we break for lunch.
Mr. Chair, we thank the government of India for the warm hospitality and the excellent organization of the session. Our appreciation to the Director of World Heritage Center for the comprehensive report. Armenia has been a beneficiary of the valuable support of the center through the pilot project Management of World Heritage Properties of Religious Interest in Armenia, which assisted in developing comprehensive conservation strategy and guidelines for 3 World Heritage sites. We commend the engagement of the center and of UNESCO in general in addressing armed conflict situations that persistently threaten cultural heritage in many parts of the world, including our region. Armenian cultural and religious heritage remains under threat of destruction, appropriation, and vandalism in Nagorno-Karabakh. These threats must be duly addressed by international organizations, especially UNESCO and its relevant bodies. In this respect, without entering into polemic, allow me to voice our deep regrets in respect to the spiteful statements by the delegation of Azerbaijan targeting my country. The protection and preservation of the common heritage of humankind remain a priority for Armenia. Building on our engagements in the initiative to revive the spirit of Mosul, we are eager to make a meaningful contribution to the effective conservation of cultural heritage by sharing Armenia's experience and vision. Driven by this aspiration, Armenia decided to submit its candidacy to the World Heritage Committee for the period of 2025-2029. To conclude, we would like to express our appreciation to the World Heritage Center for its efforts aimed at strengthening the capacities of member states and for its programs in support of the global priorities of UNESCO. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we break for lunch. We meet at 3 p.m. The meeting is adjourned.
फ्रेंच हो गया एक मिनट होल्ड करो होल्ड करो
check, sound check. Hello, check, 1, 2. Hello, check, sound check. Hello, check, 1, 2. Hello, check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Sound check. Hello, check, 1, 2. Hello, sound check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Hello, check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Hello, check, 1, 2. Sound check. Hello, check, 1, 2. Hello, check, 1, 2. Check. Hello, sound check, 1, 2. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check, 1, 2. Hello, check. Hello, check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Check. Hello, check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Hello, check. Hello, check, 1, 2. Some check. Hello, check, testing. Hello, check. Some check, 1, 2. Hello, check. Hello, check, 1, 2. Sound check. Hello, check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Hello, check. 1, 1, 1. Check, 1, 2. Hello, so check. Sound check. Hello, check. Sound check. Hello, check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Hello, check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Hello, check. Check, 1, 2. Hello, check, 1, 2. Hello, check. Hello, check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Hello, check. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Hello, check, 1, 2. Check. Hello, check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Hello, check. Hello, check, 1, 2. Huh? Hello,
Hello, podium mic, check 1 2, podium mic, hello, check 1 2, podium mic, hello, check, podium mic, hello, check 1 2, podium mic, hello, check 1 2, podium mic, testing, sound check, hello, podium mic, check, podium mic, check, hello, check, podium mic, check, hello, podium mic, check, 1 2 3 4 5, hello, check, podium mic, hello, check, hello, check, podium mic, hello, check, hello, podium mic, check, 1 2 3 4 5, check, sound check, podium mic, hello, check, hello, podium mic, check, 1 2 3 4 5, hello, check, sound check, podium mic, hello, check, testing, hello, check, sound check, hello, podium mic, hello, check, testing, hello, check, sound check, hello, check 1 2, hello, podium mic, hello, check, podium mic, hello, check
Hello,
1 2,
check
check one
one,
two,
two.
podium mic,
Hello, check
hello,
one, two.
check 1 2,
Hello,
check 1 2, check 1 2,
hello,
hello,
check
podium
one,
mic,
two, three.
check,
Hello, check
hello, check
one,
1 2,
two,
podium
three,
mic,
four.
hello,
Hello, check,
check,
check. Hello,
sound
hello,
check, hello, testing,
hello, check
podium
one, two,
mic,
three,
hello,
four. Hello,
check,
hello, check 1 2 3 4. Hello, Ravi head table.
hello, check,
Est-ce que si on a suffisamment d'interprètes, alors je m'adresse aux interprètes, est-ce que Megan ou Isabelle, si vous êtes disponible, pour qu'on fasse quelques tests? Ok, merci. Enfin, on verra. Okay, the system here to with the headphones on the microphone seems to work well since I have auto flow relay on each language, but the language are what is the no African flow French. No, it's not okay because the number are not. So we can use. They won't accept to use those. Let's make the township. I'm sorry, but you need to change the number of the thing, and they won't accept to use that. I'm really sorry. I go. Like. Un, deux, trois, un, deux, trois, un, deux, trois, un, deux, trois, un, deux, trois. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2.
Delegates, I request you all to please take the floor as soon as possible. It's already past 3 p.m. and we need to start.
Mais maintenant, il y a le renvoi de fleurs dans le. Maintenant, il y a le renvoi de fleurs. Non, mais c'est pour vous dire que c'est ça.
I will give the floor to the director of the World Heritage Center, Mr. Lazar. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon to everyone. Dear committee members, dear delegates, we know that some technical problems occurred this morning, notably regarding access to Wi-Fi and sound issues. Please note that the host country has taken all the necessary arrangements to fix these issues, and I would like to thank them really for working hard during lunchtime. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Director. Excuse me. Dear colleagues, I hope you all have had a good lunch break. We will now resume our examination of item 5A, which started in the morning. We have already heard 22 speakers. I will give the floor to the Director of the World Heritage Center to read out the list of the remaining speakers. Mr. Elendo Osamo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I will now read the list of the remaining observers, speakers who requested to take the floor. Pakistan, Colombia, Thailand, Poland, Brazil, Grenada, Russian Federation, Guinea, State of Palestine, and Ecuador. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Director. I now give the floor to Pakistan, to be followed by Colombia.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I would like to appreciate the Secretariat for its overall activities, including its operational work and implementation of the World Heritage Committee's decisions. The World Heritage Convention is one of the most ratified legal instruments in the world, with near universal recognition, and thereby shows the importance of the committee. We are pleased to see that special attention is being paid to UNESCO's two main global priorities, Africa and gender equality in its overall activities, as well as to priority groups, youth, and small island developing states. During the reporting period, the World Heritage Center carried out a successful reactive monitoring mission to the archaeological ruins of Mohenjo-Daro in consultation with our provincial and local authorities. Moreover, conservation plans and disaster risk reduction strategies were also developed for World Heritage properties of Pakistan. These properties were not immune to frequent climate change-related disasters, such as August 2022 floods, which left more than a third of our country submerged. Lastly, the report states that the World Heritage Center is developing a toolkit on climate action for World Heritage. We therefore would request the Secretariat to share further information with us about this toolkit. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Colombia, to be followed by Thailand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I wish to thank you and the Government of India for hosting this important session and welcoming us to your wonderful country. I will now proudly continue in Spanish, and for that, all my gratitude to the Kingdom of Spain. La delegación de Colombia.
The Colombian delegation commends the World Heritage Center for all of the activities undertaken, in particular the areas that create synergies between the 1972 and 2003 conventions in order to improve the management of intangible and movable heritage around the world. There are synergies between these conventions which were discussed during the Naples conference. In Colombia, we are developing initiatives to connect the environment and cultural sectors. For example, the National Park Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta as a World Heritage Site alongside the cultural and intangible representative list of the 4 indigenous peoples of Santa Marta, Abaco, Kobi, Anguamo, and Wiwa. I would also like to particularly thank UNESCO for its participation in COP16, which will take place in the month of October in Cali in Colombia. And I wish to invite all of you to take part in this conference to ensure that we can step up global efforts to protect our biodiversity. We need to set up clear targets to protect our cultural heritage and continue to move towards the mobilization of resources to ensure the implementation of the Kunming-Montreal Global Framework. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Thailand, to be followed by Poland.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairperson, dear committee members, at the outset, allow us to express our gratitude to the Government of the Republic of India for hosting this meeting and for the warm hospitality extended to us. We would like to take this opportunity to congratulate you, Mr. Chair, the Ambassador Sharma, on assuming the presidency of this 46th session. We also wish to thank the Secretariat for the comprehensive report presented under this item. Mr. Chairperson, Thailand was member of the World Heritage Committee during 2019-2023, and during this mandate, we have been working with committee members, state parties, and the Secretariat to support a balanced, representative, and credible list of the World Heritage. In this matter, we recognize the importance of the cooperation among developing countries. Strengthening capacity building in terms of nominations, preparation, and effective conservation is key. Resources should equitably be mobilized so that countries with World Heritage potentials should be better represented. In this regard, the Government of Thailand supported the hosting of a number of relevant events and activities. For example, the International Conference on Southeast Asian Archaeology and Fine Arts, dedicated to sharing and updating archaeological knowledge and cultural heritage in Southeast Asia, held in Bangkok, Thailand in June this year. The conference was hosted by Simeo Spafa. Scholars, researchers in archaeology, as well as professionals working in related fields have had the opportunity to exchange their views on conservation, protection, and research findings, fostering further cooperations. Lastly, we would like to emphasize the significance of collective efforts, the spirit of multilateralism and consensus, as well as we all desire to uphold the value of the convention. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Poland, followed by Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, let me congratulate you, the Ambassador Vishal Sharma, for assuming this important function. And as I have had pleasure working with you for a while, I'm convinced that your able leadership will make this session a successful one. Allow me also to express gratitude for our host country, India, for its warm welcome and hospitality. India, with its diversity, cultural diversity and richness, exemplifies all what 1972 convention stands for. So, namaste, namaste very much. I wish also to commend the Secretariat, WHC, for its daily work and for the very comprehensive report that has just been presented. Mr. Chair, Poland aligns itself with a statement made earlier by Italy on Ukraine. Mr. Chair, Poland is very much committed to promoting and safeguarding 1972 Convention and its goals. Therefore, we are happy to support financially through voluntary contributions World Heritage preservation efforts, including in emergency situations. As a member of Priority Africa Group of Friends, we note with appreciation all efforts made by WHC in this regard, and we encourage everybody to continue these activities. We also welcome strengthening synergies between the convention and the biodiversity-related conventions and programs. The climate change is one of key challenges we are facing, particularly with respect to culture of seeds. Finally, Mr. Chair, we are happy to see that our initiative of organizing World Heritage Site Managers Forum is continued by India. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Brazil, followed by Grenada.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brazil extends its heartfelt congratulations to India for hosting another exceptional international event. We are deeply impressed by the organization's efficiency and the warm hospitality of our Indian colleagues. This committee meeting holds special significance for us. We are honored to present the nomination file for the national park called Lençóis Maranhenses, a site of unparalleled natural beauty and unique geomorphic features. This nomination embodies Brazil's renewed commitment to natural heritage protection. It is a national, joint effort across different government levels, alongside the very important involvement of local communities. Recognizing and supporting the vital role World Heritage Sites play in biodiversity protection is crucial. Inscribing new natural sites, particularly those identified as key areas for biodiversity, can significantly enhance UNESCO's role in global conservation efforts. Brazil takes pride in being part of the network of Category 2 centers. The Lúcio Costa Center plays a vital role in promoting heritage within the Global South. We remain committed to providing resources to fulfill its mandate. Mr. Chairman, in concluding, I would like to raise the issue of geographical imbalance and requesting the Secretariat's assistance. When you go through the list of inscribed sites, we realize that during the last committee session, only 3 sites were inscribed from the 33 countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. This year, the situation is even more concerning, with only 1 site from our region under consideration. Therefore, I urge the Secretariat to outline complete plans for achieving a more balanced representation of Latin America and the Caribbean on the World Heritage List. I thank you very much.
Obrigado, Brazil. I now give the floor to Grenada, to be followed by the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to start by congratulating and thanking the government and the people of India for their great hospitality, and to commend the Director of the World Heritage for his report, and the members of the World Heritage Center's team for all their intense efforts and work. We strongly appreciate the activities undertaken, in particular capacity building development, notably that addressed to youth and communities, as well as for all the support given to Africa and small islands developing states. We commend the Center for its support to the preparation of tentative lists and nomination dossiers, including the implementation of the upstream process for the Grenadine Island site in cooperation with the advisory bodies. We equally appreciate the assistance provided in emergency situations and notably a possible support following the catastrophic effects of Hurricane Beryl in Grenada, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Barbados, and other islands in the Caribbean. We commend the efficient organization of the open-ended working group decided by the 45th session of the committee for a more balanced and credible World Heritage list, and we look forward to its positive outcomes. As mentioned by other interventions, we are also alarmed by the difficult situation facing the World Heritage Center, and we call for its strengthening in the framework of the future program and budget 43C5. I thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the Russian Federation to be followed by Guinea.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. We are grateful to India for warm hospitality and excellent organization of the session. We would prefer to give our opinion on the report of the Secretariat. As stated by the Director General, the Secretariat seems ready to assist the committee in dealing equitably with different sensitive issues. But it is evident that some of biased committee members, instead of prioritizing collective action to protect heritage worldwide, have again opted for double standards and selective approach. Russian Federation firmly rejects the inadmissible allegations and false accusations made by one newly elected committee member and delegations of the Western countries, the main sponsors of the conflict. It is obvious that they care less of the world heritage and more of pursuing their own short-term political interests, thus putting this UNESCO flagship convention in danger. It is regrettable that they escalate and use this valuable expert forum to spread misinformation and politicized rhetoric, while the world majority is endeavoring to find a way out of the current situation. In conclusion, I would like to recall once again that the Russian Federation is firmly committed to the World Heritage Convention and fulfill vigorously all the international obligations. Thank you.
Siba. I now give the floor to Guinea to be followed by the State of Palestine.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Chair. The Republic of Guinea is delighted to take part in this meeting of the World Heritage Committee. And we in particular wish to thank the people and the government of the Indian Republic for having organized the 46th session. Guinea is a state party to the Convention on Cultural and Natural Heritage since 1979 and is fully aware of the importance of preserving natural resources. This is what has driven us to ensure the preservation of natural resources, that is to say, the listing of a Ghanaian site as a center of biodiversity, which is home to a number of species. The challenge of sustainable management resides in addressing mining activities and this since 1974. The integral natural park, which has been classified as an endangered site in 1982. In order to address these issues and to protect this site, the Ghanaian government has undertaken significant efforts to ensure synergies with all relevant stakeholders in order to protect this important site on cultural and natural levels, which is the Mount Nimba Biosphere Reserve. Here, I wish to reassure you that the Guinean authorities are closely monitoring mining activities to ensure that they do not disrupt the environmental balance in Mount Nimba. This is very important for Guinea, the sub-region, and humankind as a whole, as it is the source of a number of international water sources which flow through Eastern Africa. Development must take into account the protection of Mount Nimba, which is taken into account when it comes to mining activities in the region. National mixed patrols are taking place, and the restoration of degraded areas will continue with the support of communities and scientific research. Lastly, Chair, the State Party of the Republic of Guinea wishes to remove Mount Nimba from the status of World Heritage in danger as soon as possible. Thank you.
Request state parties to please restrict yourself to the time limit allocated. I now give the floor to the state of Palestine, to be followed by Ecuador.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Namaste. Let me join first my voice to those who congratulated you for your able leadership. Let me also express my deep appreciation to the government and the people of India for hosting this session of the committee and for the amazing organization and the warm hospitality. Thank you, India. Thanks also to the Secretariat for its report, but also for its activities that are very useful for the implementation of our convention. Special thanks also to the Secretariat for its assistance and support to our experts for the development of management and conservation of World Heritage Sites in Palestine. And thanks to both the Secretariat and India for the successful organization of the Youth Forum and the World Heritage Site Managers. Finally, Mr. Chairperson, I call upon all state parties to this convention to loudly and strongly denounce the destruction of cultural property in Gaza during the ongoing war there, and to ask Israel, the occupying power, to halt such illegal and immoral attacks against cultural property in Palestine. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Shukran, Habibi. I request no political statements, please. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ecuador.
Gracias, President.
Thank you, Chair. Allow me first of all to thank and congratulate the government of India for the excellent organization of this meeting, as well as the people of India for the warm welcome we've received from this wonderful country. I also wish to join in congratulating you on your election as chair. I particularly wish to thank the director of the World Heritage Centre for the comprehensive report presented to us this morning, which sets out the work undertaken despite the budgetary constraints. Within this framework, I wish to highlight in particular the Centre's support provided to states, and in particular my country, with work to be initiated soon, thanks to the support of the World Heritage Fund, for the finalization of a tentative list for natural, cultural, and mixed lists for their inclusion on the World Heritage List. I wish to reiterate Ecuador's commitment as one of the first countries which had sites inscribed to the principles of the Convention and the work of this committee. Thank you.
Gracias, mi hermano. I see that the state of Israel has raised its plate. I give the floor to Israel.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Thank you for India for this beautiful hospitality, and thank you for the Secretariat. I wish to refer to the issues of the Palestinian Authority that spoke before me. I wish to reiterate the fact that it was Hamas who started the war in Gaza, and therefore the responsibility is on them. My colleague Munir does not even represent the Hamas. The Hamas is a terror organization that still has 120 hostages, Israeli hostages in his hands. So before we speak about culture and heritage, we should speak about humanity and human lives, which the Hamas does not hold dear. This includes the lives of the Palestinian Authority themselves. So I think he should take an extra caution when protecting the Hamas, which is actually his enemy and a terror organization. Thank you so much.
Toda. Now that we have exhausted the list of speakers, I will ask the director of the WHC, Mr. Elondo Asomo, to answer your questions. Mr. Director, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me first start by thanking all the committee members and all the state parties who took the floor to commend and appreciate the report of the Secretariat. And it is an opportunity for me to say that we are truly, we really thank all of you, and we appreciate your words. We also appreciate your effort to continue supporting and facilitate the work of the Secretariat. So again, thank you very much. For the sake of time, Mr. Chairperson, I would like to first of all reiterate that, as I said, that many of you in your interventions have insisted on the importance to continue giving priority to Africa, to the small island development state, to capacity building, to project, to local communities, and we will continue to do so with your support. And I think this is important. I also would like to now maybe try to answer some specific questions or comments or requests for clarifications that were made by some of you committee members. On the question raised by the request for clarification raised by the delegate, the distinguished ambassador of Greece, I want to say, of course, that we took note, and I think definitely, I'm sure, when you consider the examination of the draft decision, we will come back to it to clarify or provide our views and understanding of it later. But I believe that some of the questions were also to the author of the amendment. So thank you for that. I also would like to je voudrais un peu faire référence à l'intervention.
Here, I'd like to respond to the statement made by the distinguished delegate of Rwanda, particularly when it comes to preliminary assessment. First of all, I wish to sincerely thank Rwanda for its support to the Secretariat's work. This is a matter of the utmost importance, and therefore perhaps we could use this as an opportunity to provide an explanation for all delegates here about why preliminary assessment is in place. The aim of preliminary assessment is to improve the quality of nomination proposals, but also to reduce the risk of these nominations being unsuccessful. So the process ultimately aims to improve the capacity of states parties to move towards submitting nominations which are satisfactory, while not forcing them to mobilize significant financial resources to prepare nomination files which may ultimately be unsuccessful. So that's the general idea behind preliminary assessment. The preliminary assessment is a procedure which takes place at an early stage of the nomination procedure. It's a way of ensuring better planning of our work over time and also ensuring better advice from experts as well as recommendations during that phase. In addition, it also fosters dialogue. As states parties, you ask us to ensure dialogue, and that's what we're aiming to do. When the committee decided to launch this initiative, it was to ensure that the implementation of the preliminary assessment would ensure better representation on the World Heritage List of regions which are not yet sufficiently represented on that list. So we'll continue to work with all of you, the states parties, in that direction, and perhaps we can clarify any matters that are not entirely clear when it comes to preliminary assessment.
One of the last questions that several state parties raised concerning the issue of important issue of climate action, and I think I wanted and precisely what we were trying to do around the climate action toolkit. So let me just clarify that this work that we are doing, it's thanks to the support of the government of Australia. And this initiative is being carried jointly with the World Heritage Center, but with ECOM, IUCN, and ECOM as the three advisory bodies. And the purpose here is to collect a range of diverse existing tools and kind of measuring techniques currently available for different types of World Heritage sites. So the initial efforts have been made to identify and gather these tools, and we are working to see how best to make sure to make them available for capacity building effort, for instance. And I think also we are doing this also thanks to the support also of the Netherlands that has joined also this initiative, and we will continue to work because this issue of trying to really move with finding a number of solutions to tackle the issue of climate change is absolutely important. And I take this opportunity to again tell you how important your action and your support will be to implement the policy document that has been adopted by the General Conference last time. And lastly, it's an opportunity also for me to conclude by saying that I wanted to express our gratitude to the government of India for the generous support that was announced to support capacity building for Africa and the small islands development state. And this is going to enable us continue to work together with the support of the advisory bodies on some of this important point and subject that we need to do in order to reinforce and the representativity of these two to Africa and the small island development state on the World Heritage List, but also provide more tools so that they can continue to increase their capacities to protect and conserve all the World Heritage sites. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Director. I see that there are no more questions or comments. I therefore invite you, dear colleagues, to proceed with the adoption of draft decision 46-5A. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have indeed received one amendment submitted by Saint Vincent et les Grenadines and Kenya, asking for an inversion of paras 8 and 9 without text modifications, as well as new paras 10 and 11. However, before reading them, I would like to inform you that I was alerted by the Honorable Delegate of Saint Vincent that the amendments changed in the meantime, so I would suggest hearing directly from one of these two submitting state parties, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rapporteur. I will give the floor now to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we are proposing this amendment. I start with paragraph 10. The language is taken from the document, paragraph 115, when we say notes with concern that the World Heritage Convention faces several significant challenges that impact its effectiveness and ability to fulfill its mandate. It is written in the report, paragraph 115, and we are very concerned by this situation, and also the constraints and sustainability of the center, because we know that the center is facing, as many units in UNESCO, lack of human and financial resources. But if we look, for instance, in paragraph 118 and 119, it's clearly said that there is a widening gap between available resources and the workload of the Secretariat. We know that the convention is growing, and that's why we believe that this paragraph is important just to express our concerns. It is very nice to see in the decision, Mr. Chair, we thank, we congratulate, we welcome, we commend. It's very important. But also we have to express the concerns and to see how we can to find altogether solution and to enhance the convention and its functioning. This is paragraph 10. Paragraph 11, we request the Director General to strengthen the ability and functional autonomy of the World Heritage Center to better conduct its work as a Secretariat, notably by allocating more UNESCO financial and human resources to the World Heritage Center when preparing the program and budget, and by enabling it to undertake fundraising activities to increase voluntary funding, etc. We added this paragraph because we know that we are preparing now the 43C5. And given the conditions and when we heard from the director of the center about the sustainability of the work and to facilitate, maybe we should think about such solution. Because if we want more capacity building, we know, Mr. Chair, we adopted in the open-ended working group many recommendations. And this recommendation will not be applicable if we don't give the ability to the center and to the convention to have more fundraising activities to enable the Secretariat to implement these recommendations, especially capacity building. Having said that, after the consultation with a member of the committee and with our colleague from the delegation of Kenya, maybe we could replace paragraph 11 by the following paragraph, if I can say it. invites the Director General. So 11 will be invites the Director General to reinforce the World Heritage Center, notably by allocating more UNESCO financial and human resources to the World Heritage Center, and by supporting its fundraising activities from the private sector, the civil society, multilateral funds and institutions, in line with UNESCO's financial rules and regulations. I hope this paragraph will be acceptable as it is. Mr. Chair, it is the only way to reinforce the ability of the Secretariat to undertake its activities as they wish and as the member states are wishing to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now give the floor to the ADG Culture, Mr. Otone, to answer the questions. You have the floor, or comments.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Chair. So, as concerns the question raised by the distinguished delegate of Greece, given the explanations given by St. Vincent and the Grenadines, it would seem that in paragraph 10, as you mentioned, the very first part of the paragraph that you mentioned actually is taken from the report. But in the second part of your text, there's an interpretation on the part of the delegation where you refer to the convention, or are you referring to the center? And you're using a word that I'm trying to find, but I don't think it comes in the IOS report, and that is sustainability of the center. I don't think that actually appears in the IOS report. So I think there is some confusion with regard to the text. In the first part, it does actually fully pick up on the language that was used, but in the second half, I think there's a potential danger here with the language that is used. And basically, you're talking about the lack of funding. So as for the first part, I don't see a problem. But for the second part, I'm just wondering which sustainability you're talking about, because it's neither in the IRS report nor, as I understand it, and according to my rereading of paras 115 to 118, I don't think that there's a discussion of the sustainability of the center. And that's why I was surprised to see it in this proposed amendment. In the second proposal that you make, where you change the wording of para 11, as you've just expressed, after having consulted with other committee members, yes, as you know, we need more support, more human and financial resources at the World Heritage Center if we're going to be able to overcome the challenges of facing, the total number of items on the list. With 120 odd SOC reports to be followed up on every cycle. So when you put all of this together, yes, for para 10, we have a different reading of this because we're talking about the convention that is facing all of these problems. But here you're referring to the center facing all of these problems, and so that's where the mismatch occurs. From the Secretariat's perspective. But as concerns the amendment of the amendment that you've just mentioned, it would seem that the wording as it stands is perfectly in line with what is said in various of our conventions, that we do need greater wherewithal and resources from the member states. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me the floor and giving me the opportunity to take the floor on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. ADG Culture. If there are no further comments or requests for interventions from the member states or the Secretariat, we will go to the draft decision of this document and explore it para by para. Could we go to the decision, please? I will give the floor now to the rapporteur to summarize all the amendments which he has received.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to proofread para 11, if I may, so that we make sure it's the version that was submitted by Saint Vincent and Kenya as newly amended. So the new para invites the Director General to reinforce the World Heritage Center, notably by allocating more UNESCO financial and human resources to the World Heritage Center and by supporting its fundraising activities from the private sector, civil society, multilateral funds, and institutions in line with UNESCO's financial rules and regulations. Is that correct? It is. Thank you very much. Maybe we can then go back to paras 8 and 9, which were inverted without text modifications. On to paras 10. Notes with concern that the World Heritage Convention faces several significant challenges that impact its effectiveness and ability to fulfill its mandates, and expresses its concerns regarding the World Heritage Center's sustainability while it is facing growing financial and capacity constraints, as well as the increasing technical complexity of conservation-related issues. Para 11, as I just read, invites the Director General to reinforce the World Heritage Center, notably by allocating more UNESCO financial and human resources to the World Heritage Center and by supporting its fundraising activities from the private sector, civil society, multilateral funds, and institutions in line with UNESCO's financial rules and regulations. On to para 10, which become para 12 without any modifications anymore. Thank you, Chair.
I would like to ask the rapporteur, can you please clarify on para 11? Okay, now it's been clarified. As I had mentioned before, we'll go para by para. Para 1, are there any objections to adoption of para 1? I see none. Para 1 is adopted. Para 2, recalling decisions 44 Com 5A and 45 Com 5A adopted at its extended 44th session and 45th extended sessions, respectively. Are there any objections to the adoption of para 2? I see none. Para 2 is adopted. Para 3, are there any objections to the adoption of para 3? I see none. Para 3 is adopted. Para 4, are there any objections to the adoption of para 4? I see none. Para 4 is adopted. Para 5, are there any objections to the adoption of para 5? I see none. Para 5 is adopted. Para 6, are there any objections to the adoption of para 6? I see none. Para 6 is adopted. Para 7, are there any objections to the adoption of para 7? I see none. Para 7 is adopted. Now we go to the amendments. There is a request to move para 8 into 9. Argentina, you have the floor.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I had requested the floor before we had actually started analyzing the draft decision because I had an overall comment to make, and that is maybe I should do it now because I think it's actually relevant to the amendments. Our way of thinking is that if we want to genuinely strengthen the center and give it the wherewithal that it needs, we all agree with that. But the idea is how and where to do it. If there, before we could go through word by word, if there was one thing that does not actually correspond with the mandate of this committee, and not even to the GA, but actually is in the remit of the General Conference, then we've got to be a little careful. What we want to do is bolster the centre, and therefore what we heard a few moments ago from the Secretariat and from the ADG is very important. If there is already established and accepted language, then that is the language that we should be using. Otherwise, we're going to have to discuss it in another forum, not here. And that is why I just wanted to make this statement before we actually start analyzing word for word each of these proposed amendments, because we share the same aim. We want to strengthen, we want to thank all the work undertaken and continue strengthening the centre. But what we do have to be a bit careful about is the accepted wording, and that's what we wanted to say. Thank you very much, Chair.
Argentina, from what I understand, you wanted to intervene on the para that is going to be amended. We are right now on para 8, which says thanks the state party. So para 8 is the old para, the new para 8 is the old para 9, and that has been shifted down. So is there any objection to the adoption of this new para 8? Qatar, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Yes, we are actually not so convinced as to what we've just heard from Argentina. We all agree with the idea of moving or switching around paras 8 and 9. That's but I wanted to know whether whether Argentina actually agreed with this switching around or not. That might clarify things for us as we move forward with that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that is a very good question. Argentina, first of all, are you okay with switching this paras or not? Argentina, you have the floor.
Sí, señor presidente.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, it's a technical problem that we want to clarify. We had actually requested the floor a long time before, and since we didn't get the floor, I thought when we get to these proposed amendments, then we could make our statement. We agree with the way that you are saying. We have absolutely no objection to the way we're going through, but each of these changes that are being proposed, what we want to do is say how careful we have to be with the overall with the overall use of language. We need to use established, accepted language if we're going to be making the right message. Thank you.
Okay, so right now we are at the point of change. Up to now, we have not changed anything. And I understand that when a change has been proposed at that point in time, you want to intervene. So that point has arrived. The question is very specific. Are you okay with the interchange or not? If you're not, then it's good. If you're okay, please let us know. That's also good. So are you okay with the interchange? Okay. Qatar, he's okay with the interchange as of now. Would you like to, it's okay? All right. So the new para 8, which has been, are you okay for the adoption of the new para 8 as it is appearing in, only the number 8 is appearing in blue? Thanks the state parties that have provided georeference data. So there is no change in the wording as proposed by the Secretariat. The only change is it is being shifted up and down. So if I don't see any comments or observations, I will be accepting this para. Are there any objections? No. The para 8 is adopted. Now we go to the para 9, which is an amendment This is St. Vincent and the Grenadines in Kenya have moved the original para 8 down to 9. So can we have the original wording in black instead of having the entire thing in blue? Only the original wording, I require it to be in black so we understand. Okay, now we are on the original para 8 which has been moved down. There is no change in the wording as suggested by the Secretariat originally. Can we adopt this the new para 9 which is moved down of old para 8? Are there any objections? I see none. Para 9 is adopted. Now we go down to the amendments which have been suggested by St. Vincent and the Grenadines and supported by Kenya. Notes with concern. St. Vincent and the Grenadines to be followed by Greece and Belgium.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After listening to the HG culture, maybe we can, the aim, it was not to say that the center is not really sustainable, but when I have read what it's saying in paragraph 118 and 119, there are many constraints and problems. Even we said that there is a widening gap between available resources and the workload of the Secretariat. And this is a very big problem. So maybe we can just remove the wording sustainability, and you can express our concern regarding the World Heritage Center while it is facing growing financial and capacity constraints, as well as the increasing technical complexity of conservation-related issues, which is mentioned in paragraph 118. Thank you.
I will give the floor now to Greece to be followed by Belgium.
Thank you, Chair. And I think that the intervention made by our colleague from Grenadines goes to the right direction, though I feel a little bit uncomfortable with the wording regarding the World Heritage Center. Maybe we talk about programs implemented by the World Heritage Center, but not the center itself, or the activities of the center, but not the center itself. But I can live with the latest change proposed by the author. Thank you.
Belgium, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, on the outset, I would like to thank the distinguished delegate of St. Vincent and the Grenadines to raise this important issue. It is indeed known that we have an increasing workload, and availability of resources is at risk at times. So therefore, it is an important debate. So we agree with this text, but we would like to suggest maybe a small amendment that would also maybe answer to the concerns of Greece. That is, if we would change, fulfill its mandate into implement the 1972 convention, then we can maybe address the concern that was expressed by Greece. And for us, that would, if agreeable to the committee, we would have maybe a better text that way. Thank you.
Thank you. I will let the editors put in the right text. Okay. I now give the floor to Vietnam. You have the floor.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We highly appreciate the flexibility of our colleague from Grenadine, St. Vincent and Grenadines. We wish to suggest another amendment that may goes that notes with concern that the World Heritage Convention faces several significant challenges that impact the effectiveness and ability to fulfill its mandate. And also, we can live with a proposal from Belgium to implement a 1972 convention, and that the World Heritage Center is facing growing financial and capacity constraints, as well as the increasing technical complexity of the conservation-related issues.
So do you support the Belgium amendment to
Yes.
replace the word ability to fulfill its mandate with the words ability to implement the 1972 convention? So you can add the name of Vietnam next to Belgium. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Excellency. I see India has raised the floor, and then Kenya. India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry. Though I understand where is this coming from, but I'm slightly confused, and I just thought I'll seek a clarification from the Secretariat or from the St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The first part of this amendment talks about the challenges that are being faced by the World Heritage Convention or its implementation. And the second part focuses more on the growing financial and capacity constraints. And this was what the report from the director also indicated. But we have an open-ended working group, which is looking into the reflections on the World Heritage Convention. We've had several meetings in this regard, and it is an inconclusive, I would say, or rather not inconclusive, it's a continuing discussion. It is proposed to be extended to another, I would say, by another year. So is it appropriate at the moment to make a remark like this when we are still debating and discussing? Because this has come all of a sudden. We would also need time to reflect on it and see what is the more appropriate text to be inserted here. So I just thought I'll seek this clarification before we proceed in actually looking into the micro aspects of correcting or amending the text further. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. You are seeking clarification from the Secretariat and the delegates. So first, I'll give the floor to ADG Culture, and thereafter, I will give the floor to the St. Vincent and Grenadines with a request to Kenya to please permit me to do so, because I had taken your name before that. But since there's a question, Mr. ADG Culture, you have the floor.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be speaking Spanish. Well, when it comes to this proposal, as I mentioned, the first part directly aligns itself with the iOS report. As the distinguished representative of India said, it refers to the convention. And the sentence you can see there is in line with paragraph 115. However, the second part mixes mentions of the convention and aspects related to the complexities faced by the Secretariat. When we're talking about the financial aspects, we're talking about the convention. The financial constraints are not just faced by the Secretariat, it's the convention as a whole. The site managers, the Secretariat, all of us. So we can't just extract matters here and display them as only being faced by the Secretariat. The financial resources which are lacking are faced by the site managers as well. This is set out in paragraph 11. Now, when you propose changes, and we have Belgium's proposal here, we're saying that the World Heritage Convention faces significant challenges to implement the convention. So we're saying that the convention is unable to implement the convention. which is not the case. It is being implemented. Yes, it is facing challenges because we've now got 1,000 odd properties on the list. So the first part comes from the IOS report. That is not being called into question. That's the exact wording. It states that if we continue in this situation, the mandate may be jeopardized. That was set out in the text. However, in the second part, there's a mix-up between aspects referring directly to the convention and aspects that may apply to any secretariat or convention facing the budgetary constraints of UNESCO. So here, we shouldn't be calling into question the first part of this paragraph, which referred to IOS report wording, but the second part is mixed up. That's not contained in the IOS report. The concern is about not having the capacities as a convention as a whole, all entities involved, when it comes to addressing financial constraints and in light of the capacities we have available to us, given the initiatives that have been introduced by you over the past few years, including the preliminary assessment, for example. Here, I wish to thank the representative of India. There is a dialogue process underway to look at how we can improve this. So we don't want to prejudge the outcomes of that discussion. Perhaps we could wait to see what is the outcome of that open-ended working group, which is currently analyzing the complexities that the convention may face in the future. I just wanted to try and clarify things, but I think if we begin changing words here and there, we may end up with a sort of Frankenstein text. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, ADG Culture, for that detailed explanation. I now give the floor to the representative of St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Mr. Chair. Yeah. Mr. Chair, I think Kenya asked for the floor before me. I am not sure.
The last I checked was that I am the chair.
Okay.
And I have given you the floor after seeking permission from Kenya. So I request you to please focus. The reason why I'm giving you the floor is because the distinguished representative of India asked a specific questions to the Secretariat as well as to the St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And thereafter, I asked the Kenyan delegate that although I had taken their name first, but because this question has been asked and the Secretariat has responded, it's only fair that I give you also the opportunity to respond, and then I go to Kenya. Is that acceptable to you? Thank you. You may still continue to have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I think that I agreed with ADG Culture that we should leave the wording as it is in the paragraph 115 to fulfill its mandate and it's in IOS report. So we should keep maybe to fulfill its mandate. For the second part, I agree with the proposal of Vietnam, saying that the World Heritage Center is facing growing financial and capacity constraints, as well as increasing technical complexity, because, Mr. Chair, it is a reality. It is written in the document that there are a lot of constraints for the Secretariat. When we talk about World Heritage Center, it is a secretariat of the convention. And I know that there is an open-ended working group, but the open-ended group is not, maybe we'll not discuss about all these things, but the committee is sovereign and we can express also our concerns or our comments and to add our comments on the functioning of the convention. And we do prefer to keep the second part of the sentence just to draw the attention that there is growing financial capacity constraints, and this will be justify paragraph 11. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Kenya, followed by Argentina. Kenya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This being my first time to address this esteemed committee, I would want on behalf of the Republic of Kenya to express our deepest gratitude to the government of India for being very generous and for hosting us in an unprecedented way. Thank you so much. On this particular issue, I only have 2 points to make. The gist of the matter, as has been emphasized before, is the fact that we are responding to item 5A, a report of the World Heritage Center on its activities and implementation of the World Heritage Committee decisions. And we observe here that the World Heritage Center has been allocated an enormous responsibility to steer us in the implementation of the 1972 convention. 195 members cannot be an easy assignment, and all that we are saying together with the other state parties is that we've observed the weight that we carry on one hand, the complexity of it, and also the financial responsibilities that go with this critical assignment. So as we edit this, that is really the spirit of what we are looking at. It's my considered opinion that the last part of this paragraph is repetitive. The point is already made by the time you get to conservation-related issues. If you look at it, the point is already made by the time you get to issues. So the last part tends to be kind of repetitive. Thank you, Chair.
Do we understand that you will you desire that the last part be striked out, Kenya? We need to be specific.
Yes, please.
I request the editors to kindly implement what Kenya has said. Strike out the last part. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Argentina. You have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. When we took the floor previously, it was precisely to avoid this. So here we'd like to make a specific request. Let's separate the paragraph. Paragraph 10 would remain without any amendment, as was previously accepted as part of the iOS report wording. And then we would separate the second part of the paragraph. We believe that this would help us. We need to separate the two parts. The iOS wording is very clear, and it should be included. On the other hand, we have no concern among my delegation as regards the centre itself. We understand that they'll be doing their utmost, but how will they be doing that? That is our concern. We're not concerned about the centre itself. So this is why we want to separate the paragraph and retain the agreed upon iOS wording. And the second part will look into how the World Heritage Center will be able to address these issues. So we're not concerned about the center itself.
Thank you, Argentina. I now give the floor to Japan, followed by Qatar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Having listened to the intervention by India, also explanation by ADG Culture, I echo with the view of the distinguished ambassador of Kenya in striking out the second part of the paragraph 10. I think that the first part of the paragraph 10 is comprehensive enough. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to Qatar.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Jim. My delegation wishes to express its position after having listened attentively to the detailed explanation provided by the ADG as well as previous speakers, my delegation wishes to retain the mention of concern which was expressed in the report. This is a concern which we share with the Secretariat of the Convention represented by the Centre. We agree on that. The concern is not about the work and the efforts of the Centre. I just wanted to clarify that. Our concern relates to the resources and the means available to the Centre. It's not their capacity or their efforts which are called into question here. This is why my delegation wishes to retain the expression of concern on the one hand, and on the other hand, we wish to mention the World Heritage Centre, which embodies the implementation of the convention. We think that this will clarify the text. This is why I would highlight that we share that concern with the Centre. We want to strengthen the role of the Centre, and we need to look at this within the committee. We have the ability to take decisions within this forum. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you. Can I ask the editors to make a new para as suggested by Argentina? Can you put it on a separate line so you have understanding? Okay. Now, if we consider the old para 10, how it appears, notes with concern that the World Heritage Convention faces several significant challenges that impact its effectiveness and ability to fulfill its mandate or implement the 1972 convention. So there are two options: ability to fulfill its mandate or ability to implement the 1972 convention. St. Vincent and the St. Vincent, SVG and Kenya had originally suggested to fulfill its mandate, but Belgium and Vietnam supported the idea to replace that with the words to implement the 1972 convention. Belgium, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very short and make your life easier. We have no strong feelings about our suggestion, so we can go along with the initial text. That's agreeable to everyone. Thank you.
I assume Vietnam would also have no objection.
No.
All right. So now the text stands as notes with concern that the World Heritage Convention faces several significant challenges that impact its effectiveness and ability to fulfill its mandate. Is there any objection to this draft amendment text that appears as para 10? I see none. Para 10 is adopted. We go to para 11 as Argentina had suggested to put it in the new para. Argentina, would you like to suggest a beginning for this para? You have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. No, we don't have any text to suggest here. We just wanted to make things more clear, and we'd like to thank other delegations for their indulgence here and not adding new language. We believe that this paragraph is agreeable, and we will look at any other suggestions in light of the comments we've already made. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Argentina. India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, again, for giving India the floor. May I request if the para 10 is once again put back on the screen? Thank you. If you look at the para 10, which has been agreed by everyone, in fact, the para 11 that has now been suggested is actually already subsumed in para 10. If we're talking about that there is a concern that there are challenges, wherein we're looking at its impact on fulfilling the mandate. Basically, the capacity constraints, the financial constraints, the technical complexities that we are talking about. In fact, it is not only the technical complexities. There is much more to it. In the report presented by the Director of World Heritage Center, he indicated 28 or 29, initiatives that have been taken. So there's much more to it. But para 10, I think that it incorporates whatever we are trying to say in para 11. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So, the distinguished delegate from India is saying that the para 10 suggested by St. Vincent and the Grenadines in Kenya is a complete para that covers it, and para 11 may not be necessary. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, would you agree to that? You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we showed a lot of flexibility and we have done a lot of compromises. We accepted to remove the wording sustainability, and then now we don't have any more expresses its concerns, and we left a paragraph without any introduction. I mean, we have to say that the World Heritage is facing growing financial and capacity constraints. It is also a reality. As I have said, I don't want to repeat the same things. And this will justify also the following paragraph, especially that why we are putting this here, because we are preparing the 43C5 and we have to accept this reality. And it is said here, it is clear. So I prefer to start the paragraph with notes that the World Heritage Center is facing. I do prefer to keep them in one paragraph, but also we had done compromises. So we should say something, because I am sure that open-ended working group, as has been said by India, will also think about it. But we are now preparing the 43C5. The preliminary proposals will be presented at the next executive board in October. So it is time to reflect on the financial situation and to help the center, because the center is implementing the convention. Thank you.
Also notes, editors, the distinguished representative had said also notes. Now, the Indian delegate had said that the World Heritage notes with concern that the World Heritage Convention faces several significant challenges. Now, growing financial capacity constraints are also significant challenges. Increasing technical complexity is also a significant challenge. Conservation-related issues is also a significant challenge. So, if this were an English a course, one would say that it is technically and grammatically, it is already covered in para 10 what it appears. And I think the delegate of India was trying to promote that, but the delegate of St. Vincent wants to keep that para as it is. I see that Mexico, but the delegate of India has again raised the floor. Is it in continuation of this, India? So I can give you the floor because I wanted to give it to Mexico, but is it in continuation to what St. Vincent said?
Mr. Chair, I'll respect the protocol and I would rather have Mexico take the floor first, and then I'll, of course, it is in continuation, but I'll
give the
take
floor
it
to
later.
Mexico. That is only because of the love that India has for Mexico.
Thank you very much, Chair. We also love India. I think we need to clarify something here. The implementation of the convention, if I'm not mistaken, was mentioned very clearly by Mr. ADG. The convention is implemented by all of us. It's not something that falls only under the remit of the World Heritage Center. All states parties are committed to ensuring the effective implementation of this convention. The paragraph 10 mentions the challenges faced in terms of the implementation of the convention. And we are aware that these challenges have an impact not only on the state parties, but also on the World Heritage Centre. In addition, however, the World Heritage Centre is not in charge of the implementation of the convention, it's the state party. So we just wish to clarify this here. The issues are faced by the World Heritage Convention, which involves all of us. And so we have to address these issues. So I would mention that this is covered by capacity rather than financial matters. And during the open-ended working groups, there was a suggestion made that countries with strong institutions in the area of World Heritage conservation could fully cooperate in capacity building. Thank you.
Right now, I'm looking specifically at editorial changes and suggestions that specifically deal with the English words or French. I request the editors to put on a next para without a number the words Kenya, Japan, delete and thereafter. Without a number, right. So the para that we are looking at is also notes. Para 10 was notes with concern that the World Heritage Convention faces several significant challenges that impact its effectiveness and ability to fulfill its mandate. Also notes that the World Heritage Center is facing growing financial and capacity constraints as well as the increasing technical complexity of conservation-related issues. I think I'll give the floor to India to be followed by Vietnam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I don't want to sort of prolong this discussion, but I still want to reiterate a point very respectfully. What the Saint Vincent and the Grenadines expressed. I think we are aware of the fact that you put a hammer on the point 10 and the 11 is under discussion, but it is only once we read the point 11 that we realized that the two are so sort of intricately interlinked. I still have a feeling these paras can be merged rather than be separated. Now that we've seen both the wordings, all we need to do is in paragraph 10, if we add after several significant changes, comma, including financial and capacity constraints, comma, and then we go on. It basically incorporates or subsumes all that we are trying to say in para 11 into para 10. So it's something. We're just trying to simplify it, yet communicate whatever is being, whatever is the intention of this, paragraph. Thank you, Chair.
Well, it's a good proposal, what you're saying, but when Argentina wanted it a new para, you didn't oppose, and when before we hit the hammer, you didn't say anything. So I leave it to the House. If right now we are at para 11, if the wisdom of the House feels that you can include it, then I'm in your hands and we can include it. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, would you like, before I give to Vietnam, Vietnam first I'll give to you. You have the floor.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just thought that really our Indian colleague has read my mind, and we have the same suggestion like the Indian colleague, that including financial and capacity constraints. So in the paragraph 10, we can incorporate the issues of our concern from paragraph 11. So really reflect, I think, the feelings of the group, of the room. Thank you.
Thank you, Vietnam. I'll now ask St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Can they live with that, or we are in your hands, SVG?
Mr. Chair, I think it is a good proposal because it covers our concerns when we add here financial and capacity constraints. We are fine with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Please add SVG's name to it. Kenya, would you also be comfortable with that?
Yes, most obliged, Chair.
Thank you. Qatar, would you also be comfortable with that? Okay. Mexico, would you be comfortable with that? Okay. So please try. Argentina, would you also be comfortable? Okay. Please strike out para 11. Right. And para 10, we are amending it again. How it stands notes with concern that the World Heritage Convention faces several significant challenges, including financial and capacity constraints that impact its effectiveness and ability to fulfill its mandate. Are there any objections for its adoption? And Belgium, you have the floor.
I do apologize to take the floor again, Mr. Chair, but it's a bit confusing to us that the convention fulfills its own mandate. So I think that part of the phrase was also related to the center. I don't want to make things more complex, but if you read it, so that the World Heritage Convention faces several significant challenges, including financial and capacity constraints that impact its effectiveness and ability to fulfill its mandate. So I think it's just a bit strange to adopt this phrase as saying that the convention is fulfilling its own mandate. In a way of when you addressed earlier the grammar issue, I'm not talking about really the content. I think the spirit is fine with us, but I do think that this is a phrase that is somehow not correct as such.
So why don't we discover the Shakespeare in us and help us out to... You have the floor, Belgium, please. Help us out with the wording that would satisfy all the house, or rather it's India that is going to help us. Would you like to help after considering what the distinguished delegate of Belgium has suggested? India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's been very aptly put by the distinguished delegate of Belgium. It indeed needs a slight more modification, and we should say notes with concern that the implementation of the, and then rest of the sentence continues. I hope this is fine with everyone present here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is this okay with everyone present here? St. Vincent and the Grenadines? You have the floor.
Always count on the Indian wisdom. It's a very good proposal. And we went from the concerns from the World Heritage Center, and now we are in the implementation of the convention, but also the intervention of Mexico also was very interesting, because the convention includes the secretariat, the state parties, the advisory bodies, everyone. So we are all mobilized. Thank you.
Thank you, and I thank Belgium for having brought it to our attention that now the para stands at as notes with concern that the implementation of the World Heritage Convention faces several significant challenges, including financial and capacity constraints that impact its effectiveness and ability to fulfill its mandate. Are there any objections before we... Argentina, I see you have raised your plate. Is there something earth-shattering? Or you can live with this. You have the floor.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much. Yes, just one concern for the future of this meeting. When a paragraph has actually already been adopted, we're not saying we disagree with your willingness to go back on this, but normally when paragraphs are adopted, that we can't go back to them, and this actually might set a precedent which could complicate our discussions going forward. That was the only thing I wanted to mention. That the spirit that we want to maintain is that agreed language that's already been agreed upon is the best way forward. And the question is, how is the centre going to be able to continue implementing its activities? And I repeat, we have no concern for the future. We just wanted to say that the centre is at the heart of our concerns, and we've been to thousands of meetings where an adopted paragraph is opened up again for discussion, but we just want to keep that in mind. But as a substance, we have no problem. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we have not adopted the entire para as a whole. Vietnam, are you okay? Right now? My question is very specific to the. We had asked a question: should we go back to the para? Is it okay for everyone at that point in time? Nobody raised any objections or comments. So that is the reason we went back. And now that we are coming at the finalization, I will not open the floor for that discussion right now. Should have we gone back or not? Because that question was asked. Now, my question right now is very specific to this point, is this text acceptable, or would anyone like to make any suggestions to it? That is the only question I want answered right now. Vietnam, you have the floor.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We highly appreciate the proposal from our Indian colleague that we have the implementation of World Heritage Convention. But the problem now is that the later part that impact its effectiveness and ability to fulfill its mandate. So what's it's here? So that's why we wish to suggest some amendment that maybe the later phrase that impact its effectiveness and ability to fulfill its mandate is not necessary to be here, so we can delete this part. That's our proposal. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The rapporteur, would you like to help out?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would suggest, echoing the proposition of Vietnam, deleting ability to fulfill its mandate and putting a comma after effectiveness, because we're talking about the effectiveness of the implementation, the convention. So for a question of correctness of the proposition, I would stop the para at effectiveness.
So the para now stands, notes with concern that the implementation of the World Heritage Convention faces several significant challenges, including financial and capacity constraints that impact its effectiveness. Is that okay? Are there any objections? Before we adopt this, I see none. Para 10 is adopted. Go to the next para. The new para 11. The 12 will become 11. 10. And the number 12 will become Okay, invites the Director General to enforce the World Heritage Center, notably by allocating more UNESCO financial and human resources to the World Heritage Center, and by supporting its fundraising activities from the private sector, civil society, multilateral funds, and institutions in line with UNESCO's financial rules and regulations. Are there any objections or comments before we adopt this amended para? I see none. Para 11 is adopted. Go to para 12. Are there any objections to the adoption of para 12? I see none. Para 12 is adopted. Para 13. Are there any objections to the adoption of para 13? I see none. Para 13 is adopted. We have adopted all the paras individually. Is there any objection for the entire decision to be adopted as a whole? If the editors could scroll slowly. And just delete the suggestions so that they can breathe properly. Yeah, continue scrolling. Scroll down. Scroll. Yeah. Are there any objections to the adoption of this decision as a whole? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46(5)(a) adopted as amended. Thank you. I now declare agenda item 5A closed. Excellencies, dear colleagues, our next item on the agenda is a report of the three advisory bodies to the World Heritage Committee, ICROM, ICOMOS, and IUCN, on their activities. These comprehensive reports are presented in document 40 WHC/24/46.com/5B. We will hear from the three advisory bodies first before moving to the discussion and examination of the draft decision. Without any further delay, I would like to invite the Director General of ICROM, Ms. Aruna Francesca Maria Gujarao, to briefly present its report. You have the floor.
Hello? No, now yes. Yeah, sorry for that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, Your Excellency Vishal Sharma. Allow me to take this opportunity to sincerely thank the Government of India for hosting this very important World Heritage Committee session here in Delhi. New Delhi has a special place in our hearts, as ICROM was actually born exactly in New Delhi in 1956 during the 9th session of UNESCO General Conference. For those of you who don't know me yet, I am Aruna Francesca Maria Gujarao, Italo-Indian, and I am the Director General of ICROM. Namaste. Good afternoon to all. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ICROM plays a key role in the conservation, preservation, and management of cultural heritage worldwide by providing essential capacity building within the World Heritage Convention. I thank all the distinguished committee members and state parties for their continued support to the conservation, protection, and management of World Heritage. As advisory body to the World Heritage Committee, ICROM provides technical and policy assistance to the statutory processes of the Convention, and in particular, to the fundamental capacity building work that directly serves World Heritage properties and state parties. ICROM supports the drafting and revision of the state of conservation reports for cultural and mixed sites, participates in the periodic reporting cycles, reviews the international assistance requests, undertakes reactive monitoring and advisory missions, attends statutory policy and technical meetings of the Convention, and coordinates the publication of the resource manuals. The capacity building work of ICROM directly responds to the needs and feedback gained from the statutory processes, ensuring that the content developed and shared is in line with the priority areas. ICROM's work on World Heritage is primarily coordinated through the World Heritage Leadership Program, jointly delivered with IUCN. I take this opportunity to emphasize that the World Heritage Leadership Program is a program entirely funded by voluntary contributions and that operates outside the scope of the World Heritage Fund, where the funds come directly to the advisory bodies for capacity building. I am therefore sincerely grateful to all the donor countries and partners, especially to the Government of Norway, for their continued support, now counting the 8th year, providing vital voluntary contributions which have allowed the delivery of the program over the past years. I also wish to thank the Government of the Republic of Korea for continuing funding the World Heritage Management course and Impact Assessment courses, and the Government of Switzerland for supporting activities for the Enhancing Our Heritage Toolkit 2.0. I also wish to thank the Australian government for providing the funds for the development of a climate action toolkit, jointly developed with UNESCO and the 3 advisory bodies altogether. I'm also thankful to those states parties who have undertaken the translations of the resource manuals to make them available and accessible in more languages. Distinguished delegates, the technical expertise of ICROM can be better utilized, but it needs to be further enhanced to deliver better and more services. Capacity building needs to be implemented differently from other statutory procedures with flexibility, agile delivery mechanism, and targeted content that can timely respond to the evolving needs of the recipients while reporting to and aligning with the decision of the committee. For this to happen, we need to have a more sustained and sustainable financial resources coming directly for capacity building and technical working processes and mechanisms established in order to be more effective, efficient, and responsive, with the ultimate goal to timely provide tailor and boosted capacity building as we all know the demand and needs are clearly growing. Over the past few months, I have followed very closely the discussion of the open-ended working group, and I have noted the strong request and need for capacity building coming from state parties. I particularly note the point requesting existing and new capacity building programs to be reviewed and that a mechanism to be established to strengthen their funding and coordination to ensure sustainable results focusing on SIDS, Africa, under and non-represented states parties in nominations, in line with processes and requirements of the Convention. The results and impacts of the World Heritage Leadership Program and the ICROM Youth Heritage Africa Program, focusing on all types of heritage in the African continent, strongly demonstrate the need to have specialized capacity building delivered through a more strategic, programmatic approach with longer-term impact and durable solutions on the ground. Those activities need to be expanded and better supported through the World Heritage System. A dedicated capacity building program and delivery mechanism has to be built, with practitioners and institutions working on sites, beyond diplomatic relations and meetings. To ensure that the content is in line with the procedures and requirements needed for World Heritage, ICROM coordinates the production of various manuals and guidelines in collaboration with ICOMOS, IUCN, and the World Heritage Center, and shares the content of these resources through the design and implementation of learning activities such as courses, fora, workshops, and also in collaboration with the Category 2 centers. The ongoing 6th edition of the World Heritage Sites Managers Forum is indeed a great example, serving as a key milestone activity to connect all sites together. ICROM's capacity building interventions can be tailored to the specific needs of the context with different duration and modalities, spanning across multiple languages and across continents, adopting and contextualizing globally renowned tools, standards and models as tailored and local solutions. We focus inter alia on World Heritage Management Effectiveness Assessment, World Heritage Impact Assessment, Disaster Risk Management, Climate Action, Conservation of Built Heritage. Other ICROM innovative and highly in-demand programs focus on building capacity in the cultural creative economy sector in Africa towards transformative socioeconomic growth for local communities, targeting youth and women. And, for example, in the first aid and resilience building in times of crisis, holy crisis, natural hazards such as climate change, and man-made disasters. Our scaling up capacity building projects in Ukraine and in other parts of the world are a concrete example. Our comprehensive work enables individual heritage practitioners, institutions, and communities to become change agents for management and conservation of world heritage. I vividly encourage and ask all states parties to the Convention to provide the necessary means and funding to sustainably enable site managers and the site management institutions to actively participate in capacity building programs. Through these activities, indeed, we nurture a new generation of professionals who can contribute to the various working processes of the Convention. Supporting sustained capacity building is the fastest and most efficient way of ensuring the sustainability of all our collective actions. In our ongoing work to revise the capacity building strategy for World Heritage together with UNESCO, we will endeavor to ensure that the needed mechanism and working processes are established for capacity building. We in ICROM strongly advocate for having a dedicated funding mechanism to be established for capacity building for World Heritage that can serve as a strong backbone foundational for maintaining and boosting the work and the multiple co-benefits of the World Heritage Convention. I profoundly thank all our partners and
conclude. We have other advisory bodies as well, and the time allocated is been only 3 to 5 minutes each, which is 300 or 500 words maximum.
Thank you, sir. I'm about to finish.
Conclude.
Necessary funding to technical and kind support necessary to keep up our capacity building work, and I kindly plead others to join to make our capacity building programs more sustained, more sustainable, and more impactful. to get closer and faster to the growing needs of our member states. Investing in capacity building for the conservation of our shared heritage is not only a good thing to do for our present, it is our shared responsibility for the generation to come. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. As per the World Heritage Center, the time allocated to the advisory bodies is specifically only 3 to 5 minutes each. Assuming we read at 100 words a minute, this would mean a text that is 300 to 500 words. That's it. George Bernard Shaw, the great English author, once wrote to a friend of his, "Please forgive me for writing a long letter to you because I did not have a time to shorten it." So we need to develop the art to limit how much we say without affecting the substance of it, and that is the art of writing and reading. Yesterday I was given an allocated time, and 10 times I practiced my statement before speaking, and I got my seconds also correct. So this means we all request that. So now it's my pleasure to first thank ICROM for their detailed reporting. And now it's my pleasure to invite the president of ICOMOS, Ms. Teresa Patricio, to briefly present her report. ICOMOS has been given a time of 3 to 5 minutes maximum. And WHC has written the words max in capital. So you have the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Chairman, I will be speaking in French with your leave. Madam Ambassadors, dear colleagues and friends of heritage, namaste. It's an honor to present to you ICOMOS's work for the World Heritage Convention as conducted over the last year. Without getting down into all the details, because our thorough report of activities is actually among the Secretariat's documents, I would first like to start by thanking the Member States and States Parties for all of the work undertaken in 2023 and 2024, for their cooperation and for their flexibility. Whether it be through the organization of evaluation missions or the drafting of desired SOPs or sometimes working in very difficult conditions. Often we've had to adapt to these circumstances, and it's thanks to that cooperation that everything has worked well. I'd also like to underscore the importance and the benefits of these new spaces for exchange and dialogue between states parties and the advisory bodies. And in this regard, ICOMOS has actively contributed to strengthening its collaboration with states parties. As you've probably seen by reading the ICOMOS report, these advisory activities, be it upstream advisory for nominations under preparation or workshops on tentative lists or consultative missions with development or conservation projects, these have significantly grown in the last few years. To the extent to which they facilitate dialogue among national or international experts and enable, as appropriate, us to anticipate any difficulties in these exchanges can only be beneficial. We have found them very fruitful, and the feedback we've had attests to this as well. The evaluation process reform with the implementation of the preliminary analysis and support for sites listed on the tentative lists, on the World Heritage list of sites in danger, and for helping member states to have those sites taken off the danger list have been particularly important in our work this year, and ICOMOS remains at states parties' disposal when it comes to improving any assistance through workshops, through capacity building, upstream advisory services, and we pay particular attention to states parties that are underrepresented on the World Heritage List, serving the World Heritage Convention is right at the heart of ICOMOS's missions. We have a significant network of experts with some around 12,000 different experts across 132 countries, made up mainly of heritage professionals working on a pro bono basis, and we are very dedicated to this. However, it would be impossible to end without sharing with you some of our concerns when it comes to the insufficient resources allocated to the implementation of the convention through the World Heritage Fund. For an organization like ours, this is a cause of deep concern because we feel that the very sustainability of the convention is being undermined. Thanking you again, Mr. Chairman, for giving us the floor, and we're available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ikomos, for your fruitful presentation. I will now invite the representative of IUCN, Mr. Tim Badman. Actually, he's very good to take the floor on the subject. IUCN, it's written 3 to 5 minutes by WHC, and the word max is in capitals, so you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as IUCN, we congratulate you on your appointment. Thank India for the organization of this meeting. And I bring the committee the support of IUCN's recently appointed Director General, Dr. Gretel Aguilar, who took up her position in October 2023. We've established and re-established a distinct World Heritage team in IUCN to increase our focus on World Heritage and to extend connections with UNESCO on all of our shared priorities. IUCN continues our direct financial support as well as our significant in-kind support to the work of this convention, and I'd like to thank all of IUCN's commission experts who provide additional considerable voluntary support, as well as the work of our partners in the Union for Geological Sciences and other earth science organizations, UNEP WCMC, and we welcome the growing role of the Indigenous Peoples Forum, as we've just heard under the previous item. Thanks also to the collaboration with the World Heritage Centre. Mr. Chair, IUCN's regional and country offices have a growing role in IUCN's new World Heritage Strategy, which was launched at the committee last year. I'd like to thank in this instance the support of the IUCN Asia region for our delegation represented by Mr. Yashvir Bhatnagar, our country representative for India today. And as a diverse international IUCN delegation, we look forward to many constructive discussions here at 46COM. Our report before you notes the positive overall results firstly, for which we give thanks for nature from the 45th session, and emphasizes the positive experience of returning to in presentia meetings. We're pleased also that between the last meeting and this, we finally caught up with almost all of the delays to evaluations due to COVID-19. We also note that in line with the goal to strengthen regional engagement, this year the IUCN World Heritage Panel for the first time took place in an IUCN regional office, and this is a tendency that we intend to continue wherever feasible and possible. We're also acting on the proposals for regional balance, and note at present the largest regional representation on the IUCN panel comes from the Africa region. Mr. Chair, regarding monitoring, we continue to provide technical advice on the wide range of threats and challenges facing World Heritage properties. And it's important to note the growing mismatch of workload demands and capacity that's been referred to. There is, we think, a real need to rethink the approach to technical reviews where the volume of requests is unsustainable. And unlike with the nominations, there is a challenging backlog of monitoring missions that's resulted from COVID-19 and also a range of other issues, including issues related to security. Mr. Chair, I'll, in the interest of time, echo the comments from ICROM about the success of the World Heritage Leadership Programme, the support of the different donors, and including the work on climate change adaptation. And Mr. Chair, I would like to note that we compiled our report earlier this year before the work of the open-ended working group had really got underway, and we're very pleased that a range of the key concerns that we think face this convention are under discussion through the open-ended working group. There'll be the opportunity, of course, to talk about those later in the agenda, but let me just note the importance that IUCN attaches, firstly, to increasing the priority for nature in the World Heritage Convention, and to link this work to the Global Biodiversity Framework. Secondly, to rebalance the list to be inclusive of the heritage of all types and regions. Thirdly, to hear the voices of Indigenous peoples and local communities through revised procedures. And lastly, to tackle the chronic financial issues that face this convention and have faced it throughout my lifetime here of 17 years now and impact all of its actors. We're pleased to note the range of side events that are taking place, which will give an opportunity to unpack a range of these issues. And I'd like to single out in particular the event that will take place on the 27th of July at lunchtime, hosted in collaboration with Brazil, UNESCO, and a cross-section of parties to look at the challenges facing nature conservation and the opportunities to do further. Mr. Chair, we're at your service for further questions and discussion, and we look forward to the further successful days of the 46th session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tim and IUCN. The more we get to know about your work, the more appreciation I have in my heart towards the work being done by ICROM, ICOMOS, and IUCN. You three advisory bodies are the three guardian angels of the convention, and we really appreciate the good work that you do, the time that you spend, and how committed you are to this convention. So please accept my appreciation. I thank you, and I will ask member states if they have any comments on this agenda item. Belgium, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président, Chair, representatives of advisory bodies. First of all, we would like to thank you for the excellent work you carry out on a daily basis to protect World Heritage. I have a rather specific question, and I will limit my statement to that given the time allocated to our statements. As Madame the Director General mentioned, there are new challenges faced by the Convention, and we need to increasingly take into account communities, usages, and expressions of cultures which contribute to the vitality of properties and which in many cases are linked to sustainable development. So my question is the following. During the assessment of criteria of the Convention, in particular criterion 6, advisory bodies sometimes appear to struggle to take into account those aspects. Could you tell us whether the advisory bodies have the sufficient internal capacity to assess that criterion, or whether that represents a significant challenge for your advisory bodies? Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Italy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We warmly thank ICROM, ICOMOS, and EU for their work and for their reports. We particularly praise the capacity building activities carried out by all three advisory bodies, and we acknowledge the need for more funding devoted to this kind of activities. We commend once again the change introduced by ICOMOS in 2023 in the evaluation procedure to ensure a more geographically balanced representation of its World Heritage Panel members. We are closely following the reform of the evaluation process with the introduction of the preliminary assessment. We look forward to having more information at the end of this first cycle. From our side, we have found the process so far efficient and constructive, and we hope it will produce positive results in terms of the quality of nomination dossier and in terms of ensuring important inscriptions and supporting a more geographically balanced World Heritage list. We are well aware of the increasing workload that advisory bodies have to face, especially linked to the monitoring of the states of conservation due to the rise of the number of properties inscribed on the World Heritage list. An open and engaged reflection is needed at this regard. We continue to believe in the value of of an open, transparent, and constructive dialogue between the states parties and the advisory bodies, pursuing our common objectives for the preservation of world heritage. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Rwanda.
Merci.
Thank you, Chair. The State Party of Rwanda wishes to thank the advisory bodies for the efforts undertaken to ensure the implementation of the Convention. We note with satisfaction the achievements as reported in this presentation. Rwanda has noted certain aspects which efforts should perhaps focus on more greatly in the next cycle. First of all, strengthening the network of site managers in order to exchange experiences and best practices. Secondly, strengthening the capacity for protecting heritage sites, focusing on impact assessments in the face of climate change to ensure the sustainability of sites and their resilience in terms of the major global challenge, which is climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll read first. India would also like to take this opportunity to congratulate the three advisory bodies on the very important work that they do each year for the convention and for the committee. Their efforts collectively demonstrate the remarkable progress in strengthening and implementation of the World Heritage Convention. India appreciates the significant strides made through the World Heritage Leadership Program, the Youth Africa Program, and the Program on First Aid and Resilience in Times of Crisis. We also appreciate the efforts in supporting sites on the World Heritage List in danger through expert workshops and advisory assistance. We acknowledge the concerns raised by the increasing demands on the advisory bodies without adequate funding, as it has been eloquently presented, which emphasizes the need for enhanced resourcing and perhaps also about practically rethinking about any new cost implications made in the convention's operations. Despite the challenges, our advisory bodies continue to support the conservation and management of the World Heritage properties, and we commend their instrumental role in advancing the goals of the World Heritage Convention. Mr. Chair, I think, this is one very important aspect wherein we are discussing the roles of the three advisory bodies on the implementation of the convention. When we went through the reports and the brief presentation made, of course, two of the three advisory bodies articulated their concern about the financial sustainability. The third one didn't articulate it, but I'm sure they will also echo the same sentiments. We are aware of the fact that evaluations are turning expensive. The World Heritage Fund per property is also dwindling. We are also aware of the fact that one advisory body gets 1/5 of what other two advisory bodies are getting. So we would like to understand more from them, if the chair allows to give them slightly more time in understanding how the financial constraints are impacting their activity or quality of assessments, and are they open to the idea of having more service providers? Because this is one aspect which is also being discussed in the open-ended working group. And what is their opinion in this regard? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, India. I will now give the floor to the advisory bodies to respond to the queries raised by the state parties. Belgium had asked a query on criteria 6, if I'm not mistaken, to ECOMOS. You have the floor, ECOMOS.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Je voudrais tout d'abord.
First of all, I should like to thank the distinguished delegates for your kind words of support. In response to the Belgian delegation's query, indeed, criterion 6 is a very important one, just like all of the other criteria used for evaluation. We have implemented a system which enables us to have an identical system for all criteria. For criterion 6, we have a working group.
To English because now the name in French doesn't come. It's our right-based approach working group. We prepare a kind of a template to make a complete screening while applying the criteria 6. So we have the capacity to evaluate this criteria. And so I hope I answered to the question of the delegate of Belgium. Thank you.
Thank you. India, can you list your questions again? Question 1, question 2, question 3 specifically, and to whom are these questions directed? Each of your questions, you want any of the 3 can answer, or you want all 3 of them to answer? So first list your questions, and who would you like the answer from?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, anybody could answer, but I can repeat the questions. Because we are hearing statistics about how evaluations are turning expensive, and there is a financial issue of financial sustainability. We just wanted the advisory bodies to throw light on how the financial constraints are impacting their activity or the quality of assessments. And because we raised a point that there are new mechanisms which are being introduced in the operational guidelines, which are turning it more expensive as well as time consuming. So that was one point. And second is that there was this open-ended working group also talking about the additional service providers. So we wanted to understand or know the view of the advisory bodies in this regard. These were the 2 fundamental questions that I asked. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So, any of the 3 advisory bodies can respond to this question. Would IUCN or ECOMOS like to respond to this? You have the floor.
Yes, thanks. Thank you, Chair. There were perhaps just a couple of comments on other interventions from states parties, if you would agree as well. Firstly, just to pick up on the point from Belgium, I think the question of hope you can hear me. The question of recognizing diverse worldviews applies to some of the other criteria as well. So I think it is important for criteria 6, but as a whole, we think there are discontents on those issues with the way that nature and culture have been separated. Mr. Chair, just also in the interest of time, I think just to support the 2 points that Rwanda made specifically about 2 of the needs, and the network of site managers is something that we're working on, both in relation to the World Heritage Leadership Programme and also through the work we do as IUCN with the IUCN World Heritage Outlook, which is our periodic assessment. Next will be prepared for 2025, where we try to engage site managers effectively in that work, and particularly to invite site managers to join the IUCN World Commission on Protected Areas, which is the major expert network through which we access the voluntary support that I referred to. If I could just turn to India's two questions. There's a long answer and a short answer, but I think the short answer in terms of where the greatest gaps are is not in the evaluation process, but is in monitoring process, and in particular in the workload that is provided to follow all of the sites. So I think we can cope normally with the preparation of the reports, but it's to be able to deal with all the sites that don't get reported. As the numbers of sites increase, the number of state of conservation reports generally stays the same. We will have an exceptional issue next year because we've got a very large backlog of sites coming out of COVID-related delays, so there's a sort of pinch point next year. But the chronic issue in the first place is the workload for monitoring, and secondly is the specific range of requests we get for technical reviews of very particular development applications or proposals, review of impact assessments. So it's not the advice on impact assessments, it's a specific review of those, which I think takes us really outside of anything that we've got the capacity to deal with directly. And I think to answer the point on service providers, so service providers is a word that I don't particularly like as a phrase, but if the point is to find other sources of support and advice on World Heritage, then we spend all of our time doing that ourselves. I've mentioned some of the organizations that we collaborate with. Certainly more input from the Indigenous Peoples Forum would be one aspect of voices that we cannot necessarily represent for ourselves.
and certainly more technical support on the review of impact assessments and very specific issues of impact assessments would be something where it seems to me there's a very large gap. I think it is helpful to the committee, I think, to evaluate what can be done through the ways the advisory bodies can adapt our own advice that we provide you. As I've said, we also share costs in a range of this work, so I think analysing what is expected to be funded by the committee and what is the subject of extra budgetary fundraising by the advisory bodies in partnership with the Centre is another part of the answer. And now I'm getting into the long answer, so I'll stop, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. India, is your questions answered? Because there were two of them, and IUCN has answered. You did not express a specific which of the advisory bodies would answer, so I guess that would satisfy. Unless ECOMOS, you want to take the floor? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I'd like it only to perhaps to complement something else to the distinguished delegate of India. Our main concern is, well, if you see our budgets, you can understand the amount of and the quantity of work that ECOMOS and advisory bodies need to do for the process. It's not only with the technical and the capacity building, but we have for the nominations, all the desk reviewers, all the evaluation of the nominations, but we have also now with the preliminary assessment a new phase, but we have also the evaluation and the following of the state of conservation. So the amount of work is enormous. And I wanted only to guarantee you that we have the capacity to do. So the quality of the work is there. And I can reassure you that the assessment and the quality of the work, it will maintain. But of course, we need to have funds for that because the amount of work is getting bigger and bigger. So we need to be conscious of this fact. Thank you very much. And perhaps if I may profit to answer to the delegate of Italy that made a comment on what ECOMOS does to ensure more geographical balance. So it's something that ECOMOS is really very concerned, and we work daily to have an equilibrium among the 5 regions on our with our expert team that is working for the World Heritage Matters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, IUCN and ECOMOS. Mexico, I've seen you raise your plate. You have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you very much, Chair. We would also like to echo the recognition and appreciation for the excellent work carried out by the advisory bodies. As you know, Mexico works hand in hand with all 3 advisory bodies, as well as with other relevant bodies when it comes to museums. We would like to make a request here. We always focus on strengthening cooperation with C2Cs. This is a matter of the utmost importance for us, particularly in the face of climate change and new challenges in terms of the conservation of world heritage, which were not anticipated at the creation of this convention in 1972. So there's something that Mexico always takes into account, and we wish to focus on this more within this committee. We need to work with site managers and authorities involved in protecting world heritage. There are programs led by UNESCO to involve youth in this. We've seen this. But we also need to involve more closely communities of everyday people who do not work in World Heritage, but yet are impacted by World Heritage in one way or another. We also need to work with authorities who work in the area of civil protection, firemen, police officers. There isn't a specific project in place to work with all of these agents who are also in some way involved in protecting World Heritage. We need integrated conservation and management protection as well as risk management plans. We would also like to thank you for this new guidance which has focused on the impact of climate change on World Heritage.
But there is no question. Your comments are well noted. Thank you for your expert views. Any other member state would like to comment or seek any questions that need to be answered? Thank you. I see that there are no more questions and comments. I therefore invite you, dear colleagues, to proceed with the adoption of the draft decision 46.5b. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. We do not have any amendments for item 5.
Thank you, Mr. Rapporteur. There are no amendments to the draft decision. Are there any objections before we adopt it? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46.5d adopted. Thank you very much. I therefore now declare item 5b closed. Dear colleagues and friends, we will move on to the next item, which concerns the implementation of the strategy of the World Heritage in Africa, contained in document WHC/24/46.com/5C. Before we hear from the World Heritage Center on this matter, I would like to pay tribute to a towering figure in the realm of heritage preservation and a guiding light of cultural stewardship in Africa, who has sadly passed away on 29th of April this year. Serving as a rapporteur of the World Heritage Committee and chairperson of the General Assembly of State Parties, among many other honorific tasks, Professor Dawson Munjeri from Zimbabwe has left an indelible imprint on World Heritage and the UNESCO community. His immense contribution led to the creation of the African World Heritage Fund, to the recognition of more African sites as World Heritage properties, and following the adoption of the UNESCO strategy for Priority Africa in 2021. Professor Munjeri had accepted to coordinate the development of the strategy of World Heritage in Africa, which we are about to discuss. With your permission, I would like to propose a 1-minute silence in his memory. Thank you very much. Allow me now to give the floor to Mr. Muhammad Juma Muhammad, Chief of the Africa Unit of the World Heritage Center, to present to us this document. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm going to present the item 5C, was report is available in 46.5C. Mr. Chair, distinguished member of the committee, I'm pleased to present to the distinguished member of the committee the progress that has been achieved implementing the strategy of World Heritage in Africa in accordance with the decision 45 COM-C of the World Heritage Committee. These strategies serve as a crucial tool to advance the UNESCO Global Priority Africa, in particular the main objective 1 of Flagship 3. It continued to fulfill the promise made by the Director General of UNESCO, Madame Audrey Azoulay, during 44th session of the World Health Committee in Fuzhou, China in 2021, to conduct regular assessment of and facilitate consultation in situation in Africa, and propose concrete measures to mobilize international support for a successful, effective, and sustainable implementation of 1976 Convention in Africa. As you recall, Mr. Chair, the strategy identified clear priority areas and targets to be achieved by 2025 and 2029, which aligns with the medium-term strategy 2022-2029. This presentation will focus mainly on the presentation from September 2023 to May 2024. Chairperson, distinguished member of the committee, state parties are the most critical actors in successful implementation of strategy. Next slide, please. To that effect, the center worked very closely with the state party to mobilize funds and stakeholders and to monitor implementation at the national level. In February this year, during the mid-cycle assessment of the Regional Action Plan and in close collaboration with the African World Health Fund, the center organized with the focal point of Africa to the 1972 Convention and explained in detail the priorities, objective, and target of the strategy. All focal points from Africa region agrees to better align and create synergies between Africa Regional Action Plan and the strategy to enhance our effort in dealing with nominations cited on the list of World Heritage in danger and capacity development. Our focus will be in particular on the 11 countries with no site inscribed on the World Heritage list, the 20 sites on the list of World Heritage in danger, and the capacity development for national experts, site managers, local community, and stakeholders, particularly women and youth. Regarding the site managers, the center continued to support the newly formed network of African site managers to facilitate capacity building, exchange of experience, and peer learning. Next slide, please. Mr. Chair, in the period from September to May, Somalia submitted its first tentative list in March 2024, following special training for local expert and authority in Mombasa, Kenya on World Heritage process. This is an important milestone as from now on, Somalia will engage in the process of developing nomination this year. In addition, 2 countries still without site on the list, namely Guinea-Bissau and Sierra Leone, submitted their nomination dossier in January 2012 for possible inscription on the next session of the World Heritage Committee in 2025. To ensure our success toward nomination in close collaboration with African World Heritage Fund and the Arab Region Center for World Heritage, the center and advisory body initiated training on preliminary assessments to prepare a state party from Africa and Arab states for the new procedure in nomination process. The training course organized in Bahrain in May 24 gathered 22 participants from 18 countries, including Algeria, Burkina Faso, Djibouti, Egypt, Gabon, Kenya, Namibia, Senegal, Tanzania, Tunisia, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. For the list World Heritage in danger, Mr. Chair, currently 20 sites on Africa continent are inscribed on the list. The first significant step before committee remove this site from list is the development and the implementation of corrective measures that are needed to reach desired state of conservation. To date, all concerned state parties have received training on development this occur. In April 2024, for example, Mr. Chair, at last training workshop organized in Nairobi, Kenya, where local experts from East African countries were trying to develop corrective measure and costed action plan. 44 participants were involved in this training, were indeed making progress after the committee has adopted its last session in Soccer beyond developed by Cote d'Ivoire and Guinea-Bissau for the transboundary property of Monimba, strictly natural reserve. The committee is examining and adopt at this session, present session, this occurred for Tenere Natural Reserve. Next slide, please. Chairperson and distinguished member of committee, the secretary continue its initiative to institutionalize, enhance, and develop new capacity development measures in Africa. In this regard, the center launched the third phase of mentorship program in June 2024. As of today, 60 junior local experts have been engaged in this program with equal number of third women and third men experts. In addition, in close collaboration with ICROM, the center organized training course on heritage impact assessment in Mauritius, involved 30 heritage experts and practitioners from United Republic of Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya, Ethiopia, and Eritrea. This workshop provided training on the new guidance and toolkit for impact assessment in World Heritage contents aimed at improving management of developing projects in around World Heritage site in urban area. Next slide, please. One of the strategic primary objectives is to support state party in leveraging good conservation for social economic development and sustainable livelihood. For that, the center support initiatives related to entrepreneurship and the conservation work to facilitate social economic development, particularly for women and youth. During this period, Mr. Chair, 2 initiatives were supported. One, conservation project in Parc National du Juge, Senegal, where women's association work to transform Taipa into mass, creating economic opportunity. The second one is in Zanzibar, a conservation project of cinema that will be used as a hub for cultural activity launched in April this year. This initiative are planned to be expanded to other sites in Africa to enhance livelihood and social economic development with youth, women using new technology. Mr. Chair, distinguished member of the committee, implementing strategy will cover over the period of 7 years between 2022 and 2027, and the mobilizing fund will require the joint effort of all partner and international community. I therefore want to take this opportunity to thank numbers of donors for their financial support, namely the government of Australia, China, France, Japan, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the Republic of Korea, Portugal, the Netherlands, Norway, and Sultan of Oman. UNESCO has successfully started to implement the target of the strategy. Mr. Chairman, distinguished member of committee, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your clear presentation. I would like to know whether there are any comments on this agenda item. Japan, followed by India.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we mentioned earlier under agenda item 5A, Japan puts a great importance on Africa when we consider our assistance for both nomination and protection of World Heritage Sites globally. Speaking of nomination, we believe that there must be many heritage sites of world value in Africa that have not yet been fully recognized, and it is easy to imagine that the lack of progress in inscribing such properties on the World Heritage List, despite the efforts of each state party, is mainly due to issues from a technical perspective. Therefore, Japan intends to support the inscription of specific World Heritage Sites through capacity building. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the very important presentation by the World Heritage Center. Now, let me touch upon a capacity building program for the nomination of World Heritage Sites in the African region, which is designed to assist 10 countries who are among the 12 countries without any inscription in the World Heritage List at the time of the inception of the program. This program is strongly expected to reduce the gap among state parties on the World Heritage List by enhancing the representation of Africa, one of the global priorities of UNESCO, as we have been having an enthusiastic discussion in open-ended working group. Since its inception, this program has produced steady progress in line with our initial expectations thanks to the efforts of each partner member states, World Heritage Center, and advisory bodies. We believe it is still fresh in our memory that Ngwe National Park of Rwanda was inscribed on the World Heritage List last year in Riyadh as one of the first sites on it. Following this successful precedent, 2 nomination files were submitted this year, namely Gola TY Complex from Sierra Leone and Ecosystème Côtière et Marin de l'Archipel de Biago, Omati Miho from Guinea-Bissau. We are quite satisfied with that the programs are going on in other member states as well, and would like to see further achievements in relation to preparing for their nominations. When it comes to conservation, we have a project in Cabo Verde which is planned to protect the World Heritage Sites by promotion of tourism and regional revitalization in the time of post-COVID-19. Finally, we have the honor to announce that Japan has decided to initiate its support to the proposed program titled Approach to the Concept and Practice of Heritage Authenticity in Africa through Japanese Funds in Trust, JFIT. We believe that this program will contribute to the further promotion of the inscription of World Heritage Sites in African region and addressing the issue of the representation of the list. Japan intends to continue its multi-layered contribution to the representation, protection, and promotion of the World Heritage in the African region. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I now give the floor to India, followed by Zambia.
Thank you, Chairperson. It is with pleasure that we note the remarkable progress made in the implementation of the strategy for World Heritage in Africa. The World Heritage Center has demonstrated exceptional commitment to preserving the rich and diverse heritage of the African continent. We congratulate Somalia on submitting its first tentative list and Guinea-Bissau and Sierra Leone for submitting their first nomination dossiers for possible inscription in 2025. It is through the center's targeted training and technical support that we are able to see an increased representation of African heritage on the World Heritage List. We commend the support extended by some member states in launching the third phase of the mentorship program. This initiative significantly contributes to building a pool of skilled professionals in Africa with the focus on gender equality. The training workshops offered to women in Senegal is yet another effort towards gender equality, helping women develop entrepreneurship and contributing to sustainable development. As we reflect on these achievements, we must also recognize the challenges that remain. Effective communication and mobilization of stakeholders, including local communities, Indigenous people, and civil society, are essential for the successful implementation of the strategy. As the Honorable Prime Minister mentioned yesterday in his speech, India stands committed to reduce the regional imbalance with respect to Africa and initiate programs for capacity building in collaboration with the World Heritage Center. We congratulate the World Heritage Center, its partners, and all stakeholders for their tireless efforts in successfully implementing the strategy for World Heritage in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to Zambia, followed by the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Chairperson, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to extend our deepest condolences to our Zimbabwean counterparts and the African fraternity, and moreover, the Heritage Global family, on the great loss of our dear Professor Dawson Munjeri, who was not just a mentor for me as an expert now, but also for the rest of Africa. And as we take this floor for the first time as a state part of Zambia, our appreciation goes to the host government of India for their warm hospitality. And I would also want to specifically state that even when we saw that we were likely to have problems in terms of movement from our country, the embassy of India was very swift in dealing with our issues. So we would want to specifically acknowledge that aspect. It was unprecedented. Hence, we have most of our delegates here. And most of all, I would also want to appreciate, the green environments that we are able to see within the city of New Delhi. Honorable Chairperson, having listened to the presentation on the report on Priority Africa, I would like to state that, as a state part of Zambia, we would like to join the rest of the members who have already, taken their floors in trying to appreciate the role that has been taken by the undertaken by the Secretariat in trying to make sure that the issues to do with Africa are taken on the platform, on the global stage. We would like to also appreciate the governments that have already, pledged to work with the African, fraternity, in trying to make sure that, the conservation and management programs are undertaken. To this end, I would like to thank you, Mr. Chairman. I submit.
Thank you, my brother from Zambia, for your kind words. I now give the floor to the Republic of Korea, followed by Vietnam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The Republic of Korea welcomes the progress report and notes that the strategy for World Heritage in Africa has been bolstered by collaborating through relevant partnerships and initiatives. This year, the Republic of Korea hosted the 2024 Korea-Africa Summit, the first multilateral summit which brought together 48 African countries. This milestone event demonstrates our commitment to promoting shared growth, sustainability, and solidarity. In line with this commitment and drawing on our experience and lessons learned from cooperation projects supporting Africa, such as biodiversity conservation and sustainable natural resource management for integrated community development in the protected areas of Madagascar, the Republic of Korea will continue to support African countries through capacity building projects for heritage. We also anticipate the second workshop on World Heritage interpretation and presentation in Africa, scheduled to be held next month by WIPIC, a Category 2 center in Korea. The Republic of Korea will continue to collaborate with African states parties to better implement the strategy for World Heritage in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Vietnam, and after which the list of state parties will be exhausted, and I will give to the observer state party of the People's Republic of China. So Vietnam, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Personally, taking the floor for the first time, I'd like to take this opportunity to say how much I'm impressed by the rich cultural heritage, rich old civilization, along with modern developments of an incredible India. Monsieur le Président, nous envoyons remercier.
We would like to thank the Secretariat for their exhaustive report and the implementation of this most important strategy. As a member of the group of friends of the Priority Africa, we are excited to see the work undertaken by states, parties of UNESCO, the advisory bodies, and other bodies who have supported the safeguarding and the effective safeguarding measures for African heritage. It's important that 11 African states parties have come up with a nomination file for this cycle. We think that this goes a long way to redressing the very much needed balance on the World Heritage List. And when it comes to the work done by African nations, we think that this will go a long way to ensuring a balance, and this could be replicated in other nations. When it comes to the assistance required by some of the countries, we think that the results are encouraging, and that is why we are keen to support the work done on creating and updating the database, and as well as continuing with the Centre's communication and outreach work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the People's Republic of China, followed by Colombia.
Mr. Chairperson, please allow me to congratulate you for the successful convening of this session. We would also like to thank the host country of India for their hospitality. We have seen doves flying in this meeting hall. With these beautiful creatures around us, and with your capable leadership and wisdom, I'm confident that the agenda items will go smoothly in a professional way, and the session will be a great success. As regarding this agenda item, I wish to commend the Secretariat for their efficient work and a well-prepared report. Dear colleagues, the Africa region contains a remarkable variety of nature and cultural heritage. To date, the region has 103 properties inscribed on the World Heritage List. However, dear colleagues, this is not an adequate number compared to the huge potential of the continent. the operational strategy for Priority Africa adopted by UNESCO's General Conference at the 41st session not only stresses the imperative need to protect and preserve Africa's magnificent and diverse culture and natural heritage, but also emphasizes the need to reinforce capability development. In this context, Mr. Chairperson, China continuously provides support to World Heritage capacity building in Africa. Recently, China and the World Heritage Center are working closely on the establishment of funds in trust of $2 million for World Heritage capacity building in Africa. We hope that with this program launched, we could witness more heritage sites inscribed and better preserved in Africa. And we hope to work with other partners to support the implementation of Priority Africa in the field of World Heritage conservation. Thank you.
Shishi. And those are the doves of peace and prosperity, specially rotten. So with that, I'll give the floor to Colombia, followed by Azerbaijan.
Gracias, señor presidente. Thank you very much, Chair. From Colombia, we wanted to underscore the importance of the work done under the strategy for World Heritage in Africa, because we recognize their unique specificities, experiences, and needs, and we can learn a lot from this, particularly when it comes to learning from the digital economy challenges and the conflicts situations and the work being done on integration. Indeed, our national development plan includes a racial justice component, which underscores the importance of ethnic communities and the need to defend their heritage and ensure connection between peoples, as is the case in Africa, and which we could learn from. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Azerbaijan, followed by Botswana.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also would like to echo my colleagues in thanking you for excellent stewardship. And with regard to the report, also would like to thank the Secretariat for the report. As a strong supporter of Africa, Azerbaijan has always supported the initiatives of the UNESCO regarding the Priority Africa. This has been our priority issue during Azerbaijan's chairmanship at the Non-Aligned Movement, where we have announced 2 global calls to support the post-pandemic recovery of Africa and SIDS, allocating $1 million to each cause, as well as through Azerbaijan UNESCO Fund and Trust, where important projects in the field of safeguarding tangible and intangible cultural heritage in Africa have been implemented successfully. And we are keen to continue assisting the countries in need with capacity building activities and ready to share our expertise for the effective conservation of heritage sites. The work of World Heritage Center with stakeholders in Africa, both with relevant organizations and state parties, is very important in the framework of the capacity building strategy. The main objectives, capacity building programs and illicit trafficking of cultural property outlined in the flagship program 3 of the operational strategy of Priority Africa, which Azerbaijan fully supports, are relevant not only in Africa but in the other regions as well, and need to be addressed effectively. We believe that the capacity building activities are the cornerstone for the effective preservation of cultural heritage. Considering the importance to safeguard the rich heritage of Africa, Azerbaijan financially contributed to the African World Heritage Fund, and we are planning to continue our support to Africa World Heritage Fund. Azerbaijan is ready to assist African states and organize workshops and trainings for African experts. I would like to remind that the last 2 years, National Commission of Azerbaijan for UNESCO organized capacity building activities for 24 Secretaries Generals of the National Commissions of African countries, and we are planning to continue these initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Botswana, but before that, the 3 advisory bodies, I will only be able to give floor to you for 1 minute, but I may not be able to give all the 3 because we need 10 minutes to adopt the decision. So Botswana, followed by Mauritius. Is that Mauritius? I can't read it. Okay, Botswana, you have the floor quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving us the floor. Since this is our first time to make a contribution at this prestigious heritage gathering, Botswana would like to appreciate the warm welcome and hospitality accorded to our delegation by your beautiful country, and also congratulate India for a well-organized meeting. Mr. Chairperson, in order to support the Southern African member states in increasing the number of inscriptions on the World Heritage List, as per the results of a framework which intends to identify, protect, and manage the cultural and natural heritage for sustainable development in the region, Botswana intends to complete the review of or updating of our tentative list. The chairperson, Botswana is in the process of reviewing its tentative World Heritage List. An initial assessment of the potential 8 sites was conducted in 2023 last year. During the period, 8 out of 10 sites were visited by members of the National World Heritage Committee. The exercise is planned to be completed during the current financial year. Mr. Chairperson, we are currently working on developing the state of the conservation report for the Okavango Delta World Heritage Sites to be submitted to the World Heritage Committee by December 2024. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I give the floor to Mauritius to be followed by Serbia.
Thank you, Chair. Permit me at the outset to congratulate you on your nomination as chairperson and India for hosting this World Heritage Committee and its commitment at the highest level, demonstrated by the presence of the Honorable Prime Minister of India at the opening ceremony. We had the opportunity to host an HIA-VIA capacity building workshop this year and would like to thank UNESCO and advisory bodies as well as the participating state parties for this. Ambitious wishes to thank UNESCO Secretariat and advisory bodies for their continuous support and advice with respect to our 2 World Heritage Sites. We also thank different countries for supporting the strategy Priority Africa. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I give the floor to Serbia to be followed by ECOMOS.
Merci. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I should like, first of all, on behalf of Serbia, extend our thanks to our generous host country and to congratulate you, Mr. Chairman, for your stewardship of this exceptional event. We are very attached to reiterating that the Fund for African World Heritage is a very important one, and we support its operations both materially and in spirit every year, and we're very proud of this. Also, with our commitment through the group of friends of Africa in UNESCO, and we wanted to commend all of those who have recognized and those who have taken the floor today on behalf of supporting Africa and for our shared initiatives in Africa. Thank you very much and congratulations again.
Thank you. ECOMOS, you have the floor for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chairperson. ECOMOS has been very active in the promotion of the conservation of cultural heritage in Africa. Capacity building and awareness lie at the core of our actions. ECOMOS Africa Group consists of experts from 26 countries, and we are spearheading the instituting of more committees in the region. The African World Heritage Fund is an important partner for ECOMOS activities relating to world heritage on the continent, is providing funding for African experts to attend the ECOMOS World Heritage Panel and to participate as observers in the ECOMOS technical evaluation missions of new nominations. We continue to partner on capacity building of African experts on world heritage. The first capacity building workshop on preliminary assessment process presented to African and Arab experts in last May
was made possible through the collaboration with African World Heritage Fund and Arab Regional Center for World Heritage.
you.
Thank you very much.
IUCN, you have the floor for 1 minute to be followed by ICRON.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Chair. IUCN works hand in hand with the center and with the advisory bodies and the African World Heritage Fund so as and to implement Priority Africa through major initiatives. The very first was the thematic study for the capacity development of site managers of African World Heritage sites, and this was supported by and we've supported inscribed sites and by assistance for evaluations, the implementation of sustainable funding for African World Heritage, and finally by strengthening capacity of in Africa through the World Heritage Fund, and particularly through the program of mentorship and the leadership program. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
ICROM, you have the floor for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. ECROM is fully committed and supportive to the various efforts mobilized for the Priority Africa agenda through our Youth Heritage Africa program. We welcome the ongoing discussions of the open-ended working group that suggested to establish an Africa 2035 program that continues the achievements of the Africa 2009 program, which was implemented by ECROM and other partners as capacity building institutions. The program directly collaborated with key heritage stakeholders in all of the African states parties, and the steering committee, as the decision-making body, had a majority of directors of cultural heritage from the region elected on a rotating basis. They decided on the program of work so that the African countries had full ownership to the capacity building programs. As ECROM, the capacity building advisory body, the technical expertise of ECROM can be better utilized to deliver better integrated results for Priority Africa that can enable heritage to contribute to socioeconomic growth of local communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see that there are no more questions and comments. I therefore invite you, dear colleagues, to proceed with the adoption of draft decision 46.5c. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Chair. We have indeed received one amendment by Rwanda, Zambia, and Kenya. It concerns paragraph 7, where it also thanks the governments of Kenya for hosting the tentative listing workshop for Somalia and South Africa, for hosting the review of the mid-cycle review workshop of the third cycle of periodic reporting for Africa. Next paragraph. Talking about the entire international, the group of friends for Priority Africa and the African States Part of the African World Heritage Fund, and then finally in part C of that same paragraph, it proposes the deletion of mentored through the mentorship program. And the final program asks or requests the World Heritage in partnership with in cooperation or in partnership with the African World Heritage Fund should be included in that final paragraph. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go paragraph by paragraph. Paragraphs 1 to 6. They are not been amended. Can you just scroll down? Are there any objections to adoptions of para 1 to 6? I see none. Para 1 to 6 have been adopted. Para 7 also thanks the governments of Kenya for hosting. Are there any objections to the adoption of para 7? Republic of Korea, you have the floor.
Just a very minor point. There is a repetition of for hosting. I think the second one can be deleted. For the review of, I think hosting can be deleted.
Thank you, Korea. thanks the governments of Kenya for hosting the tentative listing workshop for Somalia and South Africa for the review of the mid-cycle review workshop of the third cycle of periodic reporting for Africa. Yes. Are there any views regarding this para before it's adopted? I see none, but I'm keeping this para open till we go down. Yeah, I have not hit the hammer. Rapswa, you have the.
Thank you. I think what Korea meant was deleting the review. So thanking the South African government for hosting the mid-cycle review workshop and not hosting the review of the mid-cycle review workshop. So we should delete the review instead of hosting, if I'm not mistaken.
Mr. Rapporteur, are you okay if you can read the sentence? Is it grammatically correct? And I request member states to please, when you fill up the blue form, please give a cogent, grammatically correct sentence. Mr. Rapporteur, you have the floor.
Yes. Thanks the governments of Kenya for hosting the tentative listing workshop for Somalia. And maybe we should add the government of South Africa for hosting the mid-cycle review workshop of the third cycle of periodic reporting for Africa, and then delete the SAT governments before Kenya. Also thank the government of Kenya for hosting the tentative listing workshop for Somalia and the government of South Africa for hosting the mid-cycle review workshop of the third cycle.
Thank you. Kenya, are you okay with that? Is your intention covered by these corrections?
Most obliged. Yes, it's true, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Vietnam, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we support the proposal by Kenya to add this paragraph. Secondly, we still have some duplication of words, governments and for hosting. So just to improve the language, can we just say also thank the governments of Kenya and South Africa for respectively hosting and then the tentative listing workshop for Somalia and the mid-cycle review workshop. Yes.
Thank you. Are there any objections to para 7 as it appears now before adopting? I see none, but I will not hit the hammer, but go down to the next para, 8. Calls upon, is there any objection to para 8 as amended? Vietnam, you have the floor.
I don't have any objection. I just support those amendments. I just want to add a little amendment to 8A. So at the end of 8A, to assist in developing a nomination fair request, I think that we should respect the sovereignty of those countries.
So noted, Vietnam. Are there any objections to this para before it is adopted? I see none. Can we go down to the next amendment? Are there any objections to adoption of para C, 8C? I see no objections. Can we go down to the next amendment, if at all there are any further? Yes. Request the World Heritage Center in partnership with the World Heritage Fund. All right. Are there any objections to this? I see none. Okay. Can we just scroll down to all the paras? Are there any objections to adopting the paras as a whole? The decision as a whole? I see none. This decision is adopted as amended. Thank you. I therefore declare item 5C now closed. Dear colleagues, we have now reached the end of our afternoon session. We will resume at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning with the examination of the following items. 6A, World Heritage Capacity Building Strategy. 6B, Progress Report Category 2 Centers. 7, State of Conservation, General Item. 7A, State of Conservation of Properties on the List in Danger. I also remind all Bureau members of our second meeting at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow in the Summit Room on Level 2. But before we close for the day, I'll give the floor to the Director of the World Heritage Center. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I just want to remind all the delegates that we have two side events this evening. The first one will start at 6 p.m. At the advisory body space, and the title of the side event is contribution of the IUCN Green List to the effective management and equitable governance of World Heritage Sites. So this will start at 6 p.m. That is just now. And then we have the other side event, which will start at 6:30. No, before the advisory body space is at the room MR17, which is level 1. And now the side event to start at 6:30. It's on boosting local conservation action to meet global targets for people and planet experiences from African World Heritage Sites. And this is organized by UNESCO and Norway. So, and it will be in room MR6, also in level 1. Thank you very much. And the side events starting at 6 o'clock is organized by IUCN with its regional offices and UNESCO. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you and have a nice evening.
¿Cuándo? ¿Uno qué? ¿Ahorita? Pero si con copa no
also good.
Also, one last announcement, colleagues and dear delegates, it's that there will be the launch of the UNESCO exhibition, which will start at 6:15 in the corridor near room MR13. And please, you're also invited. And this exhibition is organized by UNESCO, and it's titled Interwoven Legacy Synergies Between the World Heritage and Living Heritage in India. And you are all most welcome. Thank you.